So, so that's underway. That'll be captured for your future reference. And again, you won't even need to download the videos. You can just click on the links. It'll take you straight to YouTube so you can see them. And they stay there in perpetuity. Now, I'm going to share my screen here. Everybody can see that okay, I trust. And um, let me get my pointer. So now we can see that. And next, I'm going to go to Carlson and I'm going to load up. Are you guys all using 2026, by the way, or 25? Or do we know?
I have 25.
Okay. Anybody else or anybody else on 26?
25. Well, I think we all have 25 here as far as yeah.
All right. So let me see. I'll use that same version. Here we go. All right. So I'm going to load it up. Now this is my particular workflow preference is that I usually always launch the program from the program icon instead of double clicking a DWG file because I have so many other things that get triggered on DWGs as well. Like sometimes it'll try to load up AutoCAD map or Civil 3D as my default. So, but you should be, if that's the only DWG interacting application you have, double clicking on a file should do the same thing. It should load you into this and it will load the Carlson menus for you when you get things up and running. Now, does everybody have this type of a start page showing? You may not because down in the lower left corner down here, there's a place to turn that off if you don't like to use it. If you do, it's a nice little way to keep tracks of recent files. It's very similar to the AutoCAD start page interface, if you will. There are push pins on the side where if you put those over there, they'll stay permanently. Otherwise, they time out and they roll off the screen, after a certain time. Down there on the bottom, you can change to how you want to see them, either by just lines and descriptions, or if you want to see the little thumbnails. On the right, tip of the day can be scrolled through, and news feeds over here that are all part of the Carlson news releases from the software, some advances or maybe newsworthy items, and you can go from them. On the left are your controls, and you've got, like I said, the very typical one where you're seeing the recent documents, and you can just single click those and it will load them. You've got the open files, which is basically your browse button, your new button. This drawing map, it's there. It's it's more gimmicky, I think, than helpful. But if you've got files that have been geo-referenced, then when you go into that interface, it's supposed to open up an internet site with an interactive map that will show you where various drawings that you may have in your system, where they're located, and you can open them from there as well. I won't take the time away to do that because sometimes it gets hung up and trips over its own feet. So like I say, it's sort of gimmicky, but it's there if you can't remember file names and such. You want to look for something, and then you know where it is on the world. It will, sort of like a Google Earth kind of interface or a Google Maps kind of interface, and you can navigate to those different ones, and it just puts the little push pins down where those files are, and you can open them from there. Okay. The bottom section are a couple of various links. Carlson support. If you click that, it just goes straight to the Carlson website and to their carlsonsw.com/support and training with contact information. There's Bruce Carlson. If you ever wondered what the owner of the Carlson looks like, he um, he started his career. He's actually from Clearfield, Pennsylvania, which is up in the Northwest, or it's north of us here in Pittsburgh. And he's a surveyor and an engineer, both. But he started this software back in the 80s, about 1986, I think he started on the programming of it. In 88. He sort of made it commercial where he was able to sell it to a few clients and get things around. He used to just load copies of it up into the trunk of his car, and he drove all around, particularly the mining uh, companies, to sell it. So anyway, that's been a lot of water under that particular bridge. Carlson Academy, that's what like I'm a trainer for them, and again, that's just basically allows you to set up an account, and you can log in and look for different um, different resources available there under training. So manage it, and then you've got your different products, the academy itself, and this is my Carlson account portal, not associated with corporate account. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's probably need to sign in with my MSoft credentials, but anyway, that is, again, you can set those up. Those accounts are free. You can set them up on a per user basis. It gives you access to some resources. The knowledge base, again, is sort of like reachable, the same from the Carlson support. When you bring that up, it's just basically a list of, it's a searchable database of questions, of issues and things that have been like an FAQ page. So if I wanted to say convert 2D to 3D, and so it gives me the Carlson command equivalent to Eagle Point road calc, fix it. These are, well, not really a good example to have used, but you get the idea. It's just a database, again, that's reachable from your Carlson support page. From here, you can go to right here, this knowledge base. That will take you to that same thing, and it's searched, or it's sorted here at this top level by category. So you can look for point clouds, robotic total stations, take Carlson Civil, for instance. Um, Overview between Carlson Civil takeoff and takeoff OEM. That's a construction module kind of thing, takeoff estimating. Random crashes when opening or browsing files. So a lot of these things may be things that you're referred to by Carlson tech support, but they're there, and you can see some of the history on them. There's some that are, um, let's see if I can sort. It's not going to let me sort by category, but you can see some of these dates go way back. There's one 2005. There's '06. Some of these are probably even prior to, uh, let me see, there's '04 or 2024. If you go back, there's probably, I would think there are some that are even, if I look under general, causes of crashes. All right, so there's 2024. Yeah, see down here is the 2005, 2006, 2004, 2003. That's how to install, blah, blah, blah. So again, just another resource that you have available to you from this start page. And then the send feedback basically just opened up an email to get sent directed toward Carlson SW or support at carlsonsw.com. So that's one way to reach that. You can reach those many other ways as well. So what I'd like you to do right now, if you're here, go ahead and just choose new drawing. And let's talk a little bit um, about the interface and how things get started. So come back here and choose a new drawing. I'm going to get this little little dialogue asking me, how do I want to do it? Create it from scratch or create it based on a template, and which type? Now, can everybody see my screen okay? That's one thing I want to ask too as well. Is the text big enough, or do you need, I can make it bigger if we need.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody have a problem with it?
No.
Everybody
Nope,
good?
it's
All right.
fine with me.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
good.
Good deal. So, because you guys are all young, I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes I'll have an old surveyor in a class and I have to raise the text up, and that's fine. I can do all that. All right. So we'll start with a DWG file and create a drawing using advanced setup or an existing template. Now, that's a particular choice. We most often will start with an existing template. And for those of you who may or may not know, an existing template is basically a seed file. Okay, and it is exactly the same as a DWG file, except for the extension, the file name extension. Instead of DWG, it is a DWT. Okay. But otherwise, it is identical to and nothing different from a DWG. It has that different extension, and it typically lives in a particular directory, which is, I'll show you that in our settings, where things are pointed to, and that's where it's going to look first to find those. It doesn't have to live there. It can be anywhere you want it to be. But that's typically what we'll do is we'll start with that. And again, being a seed file, this is where you will build particular templates that might predefine a list of layers, line types, line weights, settings, various system variables that you like to have set. If you're tired of setting them all the time when you open up a file, then you would put it in a template and use that to get started with. So this is really where that's done, just like in a seed file where you can set those options up, and they can contain anything. They can contain, geometry that's been drawn. They can contain layouts, or what are called sheet models or sheets. We have a model space and a paper space. So these would be the paper space tabs inside of a DWG file, which correspond to a sheet model inside a MicroStation file. So all of those things you can pre-build inside those DWGs. If you use the advanced setup instead, then it's going to look at a lot of the configuration variables that we've already set in our Carlson settings that can essentially override whatever is current in our, and I'll call it AutoCAD, but IntelliCAD, in our AutoCAD system variables that may have been set in a prior session that might stay in that state until changed, but this other option will go back and read the settings that we've defined for Carlson and apply them instead. Okay, so again, my typical workflow is to use that existing template. So I'm going to say next, and it's asking for a template name. And you've got a browse button, which puts you out into the Windows interface to find a file, or you can pull this down. And this is reading that directory where we've told it our templates live. Okay, and so you can see all the different ones that come with the software, and I'm not sure exactly which ones you may see, but there's the National CAD standards for civil, for survey. There's also a Carlson National CAD standards down here for survey and civil, and they're basically just, layer definitions. There's a test. I did a civil demo test. I actually started working up here on this AWK Carlson template. I started that back. Oh, when was it, Nikki, that we got the new licenses, just a couple of them back in November of last year, or maybe something like that.
Yeah.
And so it was like not long after that, I started to try to set that up as a good starting point for AWK and then got pulled off onto other work at the time. So it's not finished, but I'll go and show you what it looks like. It's just so it doesn't matter which one you use. If you want to use the default, there's a little Carlson DWT, and that's fine, but I'll choose that and let it go through its next stages. And so when it's coming up here,
Hey Ken,
yes,
you chose the AWK.
right.
Okay, that does not show up in my dropdown.
That is correct. That's what it said. I started working
Okay.
on that, but it's not complete and it's only on my computer. So just choose that Carlson.dwt or any one of those. It doesn't matter. It's just a seed file to get started. We're not going to have anything of any import in this file. It's just a way to get us into the program. Okay.
Uh, I now have a loading. Uh, Never mind.
Got it.
I've got errors popping up right and left.
What is it saying typically?
Uh, Invalid. Okay, now I'm in.
Okay. All right. Well, let me know if it's something we need to see. We might have to get, some kind of licensing issues worked out. I don't have any idea. We may have to get them and started on that from tech support. All right. So it's going to go next to the next step in the startup wizard. And notice down in the lower left, you can say you could skip that startup wizard the next time if you want to. Now, a lot of people do, especially people that are very familiar with CAD and AutoCAD type workflows. They don't want to go through sitting through, paging through the wizard. And that's perfectly fine. I, however, do like to use it because it enforces certain behaviors. And I'll show you that as an example. Now, for right now, you can see my screen is sort of blank. I've also got some resizing of some things to do later because I've changed resolutions. Um, I've got the command line and the properties palette I need to shrink down a bit. And you'll also see some toolbars come into play once it gets fully loaded. But for now, here's what's going to happen. It's going to ask us to choose a drawing scale and a units type. And so right now we're saying I'm using English units of 1 inch equals however many feet as opposed to metric. And I'm saying, okay, for those feet, I'm going to say my horizontal scale, I'm going to make this a 20 scale drawing, like a site plan. So 1 inch equals 20 feet is going to be my intended scale. And then I'm going to have a plot size, a symbol plot size, and a text plot size. Now that's a key word right there, plot size. Anytime you see those words, plot size, or sometimes you see a symbol scalar size, or a symbol or text scalar size, or a text plot scalar size, you'll see those words used sort of interchangeably. When you see those, always think to yourself, that is the height of that symbol or text in plotted inches at the scale that I have chosen. Okay, so what we do is we typically set our symbols and our text to be, if this were, for instance, a PennDOT job, that text plot size, I would make that 0.125. That's an eighth of an inch. So I would say 0.125 would be my text size for going forward. Now, and you can see, and if I do this here, let's change that to 0.125. Now, when I do that, over here on the right-hand side, that number is changing. If I want my symbols to also be 0.125, you see that number to the right is changing. So it's computing the actual size of those things in drawing units based on us giving it the paper size, the inches portion of it, the plotted inches, based on this scale up here. And let's say if I made this a 25 scale drawing, like a typical pen dot, you see these numbers are now changed. There's that 3.125 text, or sometimes you'll see some people use that as a 3, which corresponds to a 0.12 instead of a 125. That's like a Leroy 120 size. So those are all how those are tied together. So the takeaway from this is that you don't have to know these numbers over here on the right. All you need to keep track of or to think about, or when it's asking you for these text plot size or scalar sizes, is that's the plotted inches at whatever scale you're going to create your drawing. Okay, now to talk about scale, this does not scale and change the size of any of the geometry. It's much like MicroStation in this regard. It draws it at true scale, at whatever unit you happen to be choosing to work with. And we are working right now with international feet. Okay, so there's no setting for that here, but there is in other places. So we could be, doing space station layout maps across the sector of the galaxy, and we could be working in parsecs. It doesn't matter. Whatever units we choose, that's the definition of the geometry. So it's not scaling the geometry. The scaling is only used for line type scaling and text size scaling. And that brings us right into this concept of annotation scale. Okay, so much like in MicroStation, I presume you guys are all fairly familiar with scaling things by your annotation scale. And they're just sort of automatically in play in MicroStation if you're using the annotation lock. Well, same thing is, AutoCAD was a little bit later to the game with annotation scaling, although it's been quite a few years now. And that's this is sort of, this is Carlson's way of getting back into that. In fact, this was Carlson's way of doing it before AutoCAD even had annotation scaling. Carlson did it sort of, by brute force behind the scenes, even pre annotation scaling. Now it's all linked. The 2025 link, when you change the setup for your drawing, it will change your annotation scaling that's currently set. In 2026, they've now made that two-way. You can change the annotation scaling, and it will also change the Carlson drawing scale. All right, so understanding that, that's going to set that scale. So we'll leave it as to whatever you want it to be.
Hey, Ken,
Yes.
I thought PennDOT wanted their text at 3 even, not 3.125.
Okay, they may. In fact, if you do that here, that would be, 3 units, and you can set it here. And so that makes it 0.12 instead of 125.
That
Oh,
that 0.12 number pops up in MicroStation all the time. So
yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what 3/25ths of a foot is 0.12 feet. So that's, or I'm sorry, it's 0.12 inches. Yeah. So 0.12 inches is 3 feet out of 25 feet. Is that right? No, it's not. Hold on a second. 0.125. Yeah. Yeah. That's the number of inches. So 0.12 inches is just shy of an eighth of an inch. It's at 120 instead of 125, 120 instead of 125. And that's fine. You can set them to whatever these need to be. My, and I don't know if maybe you've got a district out there that's a little bit different, or maybe PennDOT has changed that department wide, but it used to be that they had to be an eighth of an inch. It had to be a full 0.125. So it would be that 3.125 instead of 3.0. Um, they may have changed it down to 3 just for convenience for consultants, because that allows a lot of the Leroy type text size people, who think in those terms to get in the game without having to get too weird. Um, so it really doesn't matter. It's whatever you set this to be, you can make it accordingly. Um, so I'm trying to think. I know historically the reason they used to at least want those to be 1/8 of an inch was because and again, the reason why you made the horizontal scale 1 inch equals 25 is that they would typically microfilm these drawings that consultants would submit, and they would store them on microfilm at half size, or it's actually quarter scale. It's half X and half Y. So that basically they could print those without printing them larger on 11 by, 22 by 34. They could print them half size on 11 by 17. So they use a standard piece of paper, and then they could scale everything on those drawings using a 50 scale, engineer scale. Um, so that was all done for that convenience factor. So if you want, we can make set those to 3. That's all fine. It's just whatever it happens to be. Some people like, 0.12 is actually larger than I like to see in a survey plat. If I'm doing a survey for a client, instead of, say PennDOT, I might want that to be 0.08. So it's like a Leroy 80. If any of you guys know when I say Leroy, if you're probably not old enough to have used Leroy lettering sets. You may be, but that used to be the old standard where it was a pantograph tracing system, and they went by numbers. They had like L60, L80, L100, L120, L150, L200, and that stood for Leroy 80, Leroy 100, etc. And the number was the number of thousandths of an inch that the text would be. So an L100 would be 0.1 inches tall on the paper. 120 would be 0.12. So a 125 again would be a 1/8 of an inch. All right, so that's all that's done for and used for, is to do that. And so you can see as we go through certain commands, they're going to be preset with these sizes set. And you'll probably see during the course of the class, a lot of these that I have, they'll still stay 0.08 instead of 0.12. But you can change all of that and then save all these settings and reload them. And some of them stick throughout. You change them once in a dialog box and they're changed until you change them again. So you never have to go back and change them. And particularly, you don't have to go back and change them anytime you change the scale of the drawing. They'll just stay that same size. Now, if you're not using annotation scaling for your text, if you change scale, these things that were drawn previous at the old scale will still stay at those sizes. You would change the scale, these numbers get computed. They don't automatically upscale or downscale the text. You'd have to go back and re-annotate to get that to react. That's why if you are using annotation scaling, it will automatically react. So this is sort of Carlson's way of getting there. All right, now, the next is, what's our coordinate system? And there's a lot of advantages to having that set to be usually our state plane, NAT 83, if that's what we're using, whichever zone that we're working on. Now, the older versions of Carlson, you pull this down and you would see things like UTM, NAD 27, NAD 83, and then over on the pull down side here, you would choose the zone or the state or whatever. So they've now sort of changed this interface just a little bit. They still have state plane 27, although why they kept it this way, I don't understand, because they made it more confusing. They've got UTM and state plane 27 here as separate items. And then they've got this predefined or user-defined category that handles everything else, into which they have placed NAD 83. Okay, they don't have 27 in there. And I think the reason they did that was because there were no readjustments to NAD 27 like there were to NAD 83. So we would typically choose this predefined, user defined. And right now, over here in the zone where you would think would be where you would pull down the state in the north and south zone, you can't under this predefined. If I were in UTM, Universal Transverse Mercator, then those are my UTM zones. If I was in NAD 27, now you see all of the different states and the different zones for there. But again, because it's a single horizontal adjustment. But because I'm in this predefined and I plan to use NAD 83, this is not active. So I have to come down here now where it says define the projection. And right now I'm sitting in a Lawrence County, Ohio projection. That was my last class I taught. And so now my define projection, if I choose that button, I get this that pops up. These are basically a list of favorites that are here based on what I've done before. So if I'm up there working on something in I don't know, Warren County or something. Is Warren County up in north? I think. I don't recall. But anyway, maybe I'm in Pennsylvania North. This is NAD 83 of the 1986 horizontal adjustment. If I was using the 2011 adjustment, I would choose this one. Now, if you don't see the one that you've needing to use in this list, again, this is just a list of favorites. So I'm going to come down here to the bottom and I'm going to add a predefined. And again, you've got different regions of the world. So I'm going to use USA and I'm just going to search. I'll just start typing PENN for Pennsylvania. And it brings up all of the available Pennsylvania predefines. And I've got the 86, the 2011, and then there's the HARN, which is the High Accuracy Reference Network. So I'm going to choose that one and say, okay. So that's now on my list. I'm going to go ahead and get the HARN South while I'm here, just so it goes into my list of favorites. Okay, so now all I've done is set a list of favorites here. You can also add by a code. If you know the EPSG code, you can add it from a file. You can add another user defined. You can actually edit one. When you edit a zone, you're giving it a name, a datum that you select from different ellipsoid definitions. And there's the GS 1980, you get Helmholtz and WGS 84. So there's all kinds of things you can pre-build and define and set the projection. And you can set the translation and rotation parameters, all of those Helmholtz transformation issues, the scale factors, the False-Steens, the central meridian, latitude and longitude, and all that. Okay. That's all your geodesy type geeky stuff. Most of us don't do that. We're not geodesists by nature. We're surveyors. So, but that's there if you ever get into a situation where you need to do that. And in fact, the folks around Washington, D.C. typically did have to do that for a lot of years until they finally came up and predefined a projection. And the problem was that Washington, D.C. shares geographic proximity to 3 different states, to Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia. And so to get surveys to work back and forth between the 3, there was all kinds of needless recomputation. Anyway, so we can choose, and let's use the 2011
83 north and
EA
south.
North. All right, so now once you do that, when it says this define projection, you'll see that printed out to the right of that button that tells you which one you're setting. It never shows up here in the zone. That's only if The projection system you choose has non-ambiguous zones. They have single horizontal adjustments, therefore the zone is only going to give you one answer. Whereas we're using that 83, so that's my USA North American datum of 1983, the 2011 horizontal readjustment for Pennsylvania North. Okay. So that's setting that part up. And the reason we do that, and you don't have to, notice one of the choices here is none. It can be a simple, assumed coordinate system. You're at 5,000, 5,000, and we say none. We can work in assumed coordinates, that's no problem. But the advantage to having it actually be where it is, so when you go to overlay aerial images or other surveys that were also done in this particular coordinate system, then they come in at their correct location. It will also, there's certain commands that you can go out and search the NGS, National Geodetic Survey databases for local control monuments, and it can find those, and they're typically published in meters. And so you can go out and get those data sheets and bring them right into your drawing as Carlson points, and it will do the reprojection. It will calculate it and put it into your coordinate space from typically, it's usually a UTM metric type thing with NGS control. Okay, it just depends. Sometimes there are others. Okay. And then finally, project name, job number, and project location. Those are nothing in the world more than labels, and they are used to print headings at the tops of reports. They're also used for an occasion. You can search for things based on those. To be honest, I rarely use them because I keep all of my reports and things sort of, assigned and grouped wherever my drawings live. And, I know what particular project certain things are referring to, but they're potentially helpful. The new version 2026, those fields are now editable and setable from the dialogues that actually run the reports. Now in these earlier versions, they're not. If you choose to run the report generator that would use these, it goes and looks for these field variables where you've set them up here. Okay, and you can also set those up in your drawing setup. So that would be where you would change it there. You can't change them on the fly in these earlier versions. You can in the new version. It's really not that big a deal. I wouldn't get tripped up on it. It's just labeling. Okay, now finally, then you've got this skip startup wizard next time. If you don't want to go through setting all this stuff up and you just want to wait till you get up and going and then set a few things, you can do that. However, I will recommend it for this particular reason. Let's leave it on. I'm going to leave it on. And I'm going to say next. And right there is why I like this, because I have not told it my drawing name. I completely blew past it, which is very easy to do because you can see right here at the top the new drawing name. It tells me my default drawing folder and my new drawing name. So I don't have a drawing declared as to where it is and what its name is, and it's not going to let me pass this stage until I do that. So I'll say, okay, and I'll come back here now and hit the set button. You can type in here if the folder is okay, but typically that starting folder is not where a particular project lives. So I'm going to say set. And now this time we're going to navigate to our local training folder, which if you got your data sets downloaded, it's wherever you've placed that set of data as to where you want that to be. So here's the sort of schematics on the Carlson dialog box. And notice you don't have to use these Carlson dialogs. There's not a switch anywhere that says, don't use Carlson dialogs, use Windows dialogs only. but there is always a browse button. So if I don't like to use this, I can just hit browse, and now I'm in my familiar territory of my Windows interface. Um, although there are some advantages here that I do like, and I'll talk about what those are. And right up here's a folder name, and right now it starts me off in that folder based on another variable that I've got set. If I pull that down, that gives me access to the last several that I have had running. Okay. If I also, well, let's even start a line above that. Look in the title bar of this dialog right there. It says drawing to create parentheses DWG. That is analogous to your files of type. If I go to browse and go to Windows, down here at the bottom where it says file name, and then it says save as type, and I pull that down, and right now DWG is the only option I've got. If I were opening up um, a triangulated irregular network file, a TIN file, a surface file, I would see up here surface file to or triangulation file to open, parentheses, TIN, comma, FLT, which is a non-binary and ASCII version of a TIN file that's basically called a fault file. So you would see all of these different extensions that are available to you. The first one is always the default. Sometimes you're working with images, and you'll see up here JPG, comma, BMP, comma, PNG, comma, blah, blah, blah. So all these different things are available. And if you don't type the dot in the extension, it will supply the one that it's looking for by default, just like it does here under browse with this file of type. So that's one thing that it's useful for, to tell you that what it's looking for, and what it's asking you to either find or to save in this case. The next is the file name. Of course, you can type the name there, or when you choose browse, it populates that for you. But notice these other boxes in the dialog. I've got a current folder files. So these are the files that are in this current folder. And if I pull this down and change to a different folder, you see that changes here. This changes over here. The bottom one did not. So the reason for that is that this window to the right are all of the subfolders that are in my current folder. I can then just come over here and choose. Let's do my survey training here. I'll double click there, and there's my F2F quick start guide. So I'm now in this particular folder. Your other buttons here, up, are typical like Windows. You can store them as favorites. You can do all kinds of different things there. The list here are the files that are in that folder. The list below is a list of recent files, regardless of where they live. So I've got some that were in Carlson projects. I've got some that were in 2025-09-11 survey training, 1106 civil training data sets, different places. They can be, wherever they happen to be. And so you can go and grab those particular ones, and notice it's filling this out and changing, it'll change that folder once I choose that as well. Okay, so there's a lot of functionality that I like about this here, the Carlson dialogues. There's one other that you don't see here, but other files that you're asked to open or save sometimes will, like alignments, profiles, even surfaces. You'll see a little graphic preview show up on the right if you have that setting turned on. So it helps you to confirm that you're working with the intended file. In the case of coordinate files or point files, you're going to see a summation of those points. Like they range in points from point number 1 to point number 499, and then maybe there's a gap of open points and all that, how many total number of points, when it was created, all of those different things that can help you identify your right file. Okay. So back to the top here, I'm going to go ahead and for my folder, I'll start in Carlson Projects, which is where I've stored my data sets for the class. And I'm going to come down here and I see right here is my 1204 Harrisburg Office Training folder. If I double click that, I can now give it a file name and it would go into that location. But I also have some subfolders within there, and I'm going to go to the data sets for survey class, double click that. I now have some files that are already in there, but I'm going to let that be the folder that I'm in. And now for the file name, I'm just going to call this class example 1. Now you notice there are some others down here, example 1, etc. But I'm going to call this class example 1. Hit enter. Now it's saved, and you can see my new drawing name is pointing to that location. If I go in here and look at it, there it is. Now if I say next, it takes me to the next step in the wizard. All right, now here's where you can set a couple of things. And everything that you see happening right now in the wizard is doable from within other commands, like set the data path, set the coordinate file, those kind of things. So my data path now, because of what I just did, is set to my 2025-1204 Harrisburg Office Training / data sets for survey class. And my coordinate file, my CRD file, is set to right now a CRD file with the same name as the drawing file, just as a convenience to get you started. It does not have to be the same name. It can be something completely different, and in fact, often is. Okay. And if you were to choose set, here's another example of that Carlson dialog box. And if you point to these, over here's that little preview area I was showing you about that tells you it's a Carlson alphanumeric file, point range 1 to 144. It has 144 points within that range. There's your job description, job number, and job date. Those are those things we saw as the setup. So it reads that from when this was created. Okay, so these are different examples. And you can see if there are empty gaps in there, you would see the total number of points wouldn't necessarily be the highest number of that point range. All right, so now that's if right here, notice at the top, I've got 2 new tabs now. I've got new and existing. So if I were to say existing and choose this, let me choose this F2F and say open. And so now you see it's changed to that. But if I were to, and I'm going to go back into that, I hit the set button again. I'm going to go back now and say, choose this field to finish, coordinate file, new. If I were to say, be on the new tab and choose this and choose open, notice it's going to tell you, hey, that file already exists. And if you go any further, you're going to reset it to an empty file. Do you want to do that? So I'm going to say no. So I'll go ahead and cancel it. And let's go back to set. And this time it will be a new file. I'll make sure I'm in my folder, and there's my folder from the pull down. And I'm going to call this one, and notice up here at the top stripe, select coordinate file, CRD, CRDB, CGC. Those are all 3 different format possibilities for this file. So I'm going to call this one, again, just like my drawing, class example 1. It doesn't have to be that. It's just I'm taking it to just for convenience sake. Now, the next step in this wizard is to allow you to import points from a data collector, and that's if you're collecting data points, if you're collecting points in your data collector in Carlson CRD format, which you probably would not be, particularly those that are using Trimble collection software. You're going to need to actually kick out an ASCII file, export a text file, an ASCII file. But you can take them straight from a data collector, not often done. Used to be, you connect up a cable to your computer. You could bring them in that way, but now we usually, can dump our data collector into the network and do all that separate as a separate step. Use a text or an ASCII file. So if you have exported those from your collector, that's a way to bring those into this coordinate file. You can use a current coordinate file, and it really shouldn't say current file, which to me indicates this file. It should say existing coordinate file or other coordinate file. So that allows you to find something that currently exists, but we're not going to open that file. We're just going to pull points out of it. Or we can say none. If you choose those, it then branches you off into the command that allows you to import points. Again, reachable from the points menu later on when we need it. So we'll say no import, keep it empty, and we're going to say next, and it's going to go ahead and finish. And come back in your command prompt, we'll say, please sitting there asking you for command. I'm going to close these down to reasonable sizes here. One of the things that I will recommend is down here on the command line. And again, that's a floatable dockable palette. You can bring that up, change its size, do all kinds of stuff with it. But I want to dock that. Docking. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to dock it down at the bottom. So, but one of the things that I will recommend that you do, because this is where you're prompted for information, is you'll see the command. Now, again, this list, notice it's scrollable. I've clicked in this up here. You can select text out of it, copy and paste, scroll back through the history. You can do the up arrow on the keyboard, and that will scroll through the commands and put them out here for you. I haven't done any commands yet, so I don't have anything to show you there. But what I would say to recommend for you is that set this and size it such that you see 1, 2, 3 separate lines in this little sort of precursor or history listing for that command line, because a lot of the times it's going to prompt you for certain actions, maybe select an entity. But above that, it's going to tell you what it is it's looking for. Like, for instance, when we do surface modeling and we want to, if we set our triangulation commands to use inclusion and exclusion boundaries, it's going to prompt us to select those inclusion boundaries and exclusion boundaries, and then finally the data to triangulate. But every time when it's gathering all that information up, it comes back to the AutoCAD prompt of saying select entities. And if you're just looking, and that's down here on the command line, if you're just looking at that particular prompt and you don't see above it asking you what it is that you're selecting, you could get sort of, get out of sync. I do that, even still to this day, where maybe I had not had on the option to use those boundaries. And so then the command runs and it says select entities, but it's not asking for the boundaries. It's only asking for the data to process. So, that sort of helps keep you honest and keep you done. It also, as part of certain things, like if I'm doing an inverse command as a COGO command, it shows you the results of the command. And that's usually up here on, say, this line. And then it goes through some more results, and then it tells you something else, and then it prompts you for the next entry. So 3 lines is what I found to be pretty optimal to get that going. Okay. Now,
And
yes, sir.
it's a she.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm yes, go ahead, Nikki.
Hey, watch it. That's strike two.
Yeah. All right.
No, I'm just teasing you. Can you make it a little bigger? I am
Yeah,
struggling with that bottom line now.
absolutely. Let me do that.
Thank you.
You bet. I will go ahead and save this and bring this down here. I had to exit to get this set, so I'm going to see if I can do this correctly. I think that'll be, I don't want to make it too big, but let's see, 2025. Yeah, no, that's a little better. I open this up a little bit more here. I've got a little bit of my modified toolbar is missing, but they're commands I never use, so that's fine there. Let me open this up here to be 3. There we go. 3 lines worth there. All right, let me see what else. Um, Cursor size is okay. Windows mouse. Okay, that should work. All right, a little bit better visibility wise.
Yes, thank you.
You are most welcome. And thanks for letting me know. Anybody has any issues like that, speak up. All right, now, um, we went through the wizard and it brought us in, it put us in this drawing and it's dumped us in here. Now we're in our interface. Now we have much like other typical interfaces. Now you're probably seeing on your system something like this with these ribbons. Okay. And you've got, all of the different ribbon groups and the ribbon the panels and the panel titles and all that. They're fine. And if you like that interface, I would encourage you to use it because, and I use that all the time in open roads and MicroStation, uh, because I happen to prefer that because everything is sort of logically grouped. I don't find the logic, and I think it's gotten better over the years, but it was often not as linear a workflow as I really preferred. But here's the big reason I don't use it, the ribbon, is because look how much screen it takes up. Okay, now, and you can set that to collapse automatically and that kind of stuff. But so I'm going to have, I still have all of my menus. So I'm going to choose all of those things that we're going to talk about in the class from the menus. They're also available down here. You see, I've got at least 3 rows of toolbars at the top, 2 on the left, 2 on the right, vertically. That was sort of my interface when I learned AutoCAD in its heyday when I was coming through the system. Although I have been with AutoCAD since it was even before it was a commercial product. I was running the early beta releases from John Walker's group back in uh, must have been 1982. Yeah. And in fact, we had a light pen interface. It had a pen, a steel wand with a light on it connected by cable to a computer, and it would interact with the pixels on the screen, and we could choose from the commands. But that's another horror story. All right, so if you see these ribbons out here, again, those are perfectly legit and you can use them. If you don't want to, I'm just going to go over here on the side and where in the gray space, I'm going to right click and I'm going to instead I'm going to say switch to menu bar. So that's going to take my ribbons out. And again, if you want it, and there's other commands, you can type like ribbon open, ribbon close, and that, or just ribbon and ribbon close. And then you can right click the gray space and now it says switch to ribbon. And if you do say switch to ribbon, notice I've still also got my menu bar. I think you can then uncheck that to now the menu bar is actually gone. So I don't even have any menus. Okay, so I'm going to again go back to my, let me, and that is, there we go. That's what I was trying to do, get them lined up side by side. All right, so that's going to be the way that I typically interact with the software, just because I've sort of, uh, gotten to know it that way, and that's my particular preference. Now, a couple of things about commands is you can see if I hover over a command with the mouse, I can see what the command is. In fact, if I do that and then look down here on the status bar at this status line, the one below the command prompt, I can see a little prompt that says, all right, if I hover over that, that says draws a hatch. The dialog has settings for color, layer, transparency, and scale for the hatch, and the colon, and then it says H. That's the typed name of the command. If I look at this one that looks like a little birthday present, shrink wrap entities, that creates a closed polyline which encloses a given set of entities, colon, SWP lines. So shrink wrap polylines is what it stands for. Okay, so you'll see that it's fairly consistent. There may be an occasional command that the programmers missed getting the pop-up stuff done, but very few. Now, here's the reason I'm taking the time to point this out. I see these different command prompts. Here's one that says polyline, draws a polyline, including straight and arc segments. Now, it doesn't show you the colon space P line as what the typed command is, and that's a standard IntelliCAD command. Whereas if I'm over here on this toolbar, that's draws a 2D polyline, colon 2DP. That's a Carlson command. So that's Carlson's sort of variation of the polyline command, is to draw it as a 2D, or down here's draws a 3D polyline on a specified layer, 3DP line. Over here in the IntelliCAD interface, those are my splines, etc. is multi-line, polyline. Oh, down here's there's a helix, somewhere is a 3D polyline. Again, I mean, I don't use it from there, but anyway, that's just different, two different sets of commands that I've got showing up here side by side, because they may use one from one set, one from the other. All right, and again, all of this is just preferential. Now, the reason I was pointing out the hover behavior of the mouse is when you look at a command, and here's one that's very useful. I use it quite a lot. It's on the edit menu. It is a polyline utility, and it is a remove polyline. Now, I don't mean by that to erase the polyline. I mean the commands to the pull right of this menu are commands that remove certain things about the polyline. And you can see you can remove duplicate polylines, you can remove polyline arcs, in which case it replaces the arcs with segmented chords. And we'll talk about that later on. The ones that I use quite a lot of are to remove the polyline segment or remove a polyline vertex. And right there's the one that I use quite a bit. Now, true, you can grip edit a polyline, hover the mouse over the grip, a menu pops up and you can choose delete vertex, but that gets very tedious after a while. Carlson's command is very, very quick, and it lets you, you don't have to be exact. You don't have to hover over grips. You just click nearest those particular points. Now, notice, here's what I wanted to point out. You see the prompt. It says removes the user specified vertex from a polyline, colon, RMVERTEX. So if I am a command line typist, if that's the way I like to enter my commands, and there was a time when I used AutoCAD that's what I did most of because I had memorized the commands and I had one hand on the digitizer puck and one hand on the keyboard. And that was the way my left hand on the keyboard, I typed the commands. And that's one reason, by the way, why the AutoCAD interface, when you hit the space bar, that would often trigger the same as hitting the return key. Okay. Was because it was easier to have your thumb down there and you weren't looking at the keyboard. You didn't have to take your attention away from the screen and try to find the return key. So that would be, if I were to type that command, I would type RMVERTEX and hit enter, and it would run the command. I can also set that up as what's called a quick key, and basically just a little macro that uses a text substitution. But there's a couple of little telltales for you here when you're looking at the menu. Notice that that particular menu, along with remove polyline segment, has a little icon next to it. Same if in that middle pull right, you see the reverse polyline, reduce polyline vertices, densify vertices, smooth polylines. Those all have little icons to the left of the command name. And what that means is that that command lives on a toolbar also somewhere. It doesn't tell you which toolbar, but it tells you that it's on a toolbar. So if you use this command a lot, and I do, instead of going edit, click, polyline utilities, pull right, remove polyline, pull right, go to the bottom and finally click on remove polyline vertex, I will look for that same icon, and the icon makes a certain amount of sense. It looks like a pencil eraser over top of a red point or a vertex along that polyline. And so I would look for that on a particular toolbar. Now I happen to have it out, and it's up here in my polyline toolbars, which is this one right here. If I hover over that, I'll pull it down here. There's my polyline toolbar, and I've got extend by distance, boundary polyline, join nearest, all of these different reduces. And right over here is that remove polyline vertex tool. So I use that quite a bit. And so I'm going to now put this back up to the top of my screen. If I can get this to settle down, I'm going to put this one to its right. There we go. So now I've got it back over here where I'm used to seeing it. Now, so with that said, there's a command, like I said, if you see the icon, you know it lives on a toolbar somewhere, but you don't know which toolbar, and you can just sort of kind of guess your way around it. Like there's one here called Edit, Erase by Layer. So you might look for a modify toolbar, see if there's something there or some kind of an erase toolbar, and there's not. That happens to live on the layer toolbar, and you can see it right up here, erase by layer. And these are where you can isolate and restore, freeze and thaw, different things, set the current layer, change to a particular, change a particular layer, that kind of stuff. So So where they're going with this was to, like I said, you could sort of guess which toolbar it's on, or there's a really, really, really cool command here that is uh, sort of built into AutoCAD tools now, which is this little contextual help system. It was not built into it in previous versions of AutoCAD, earlier versions of AutoCAD, let's say. And Carlson has had this for quite a while. Somebody pointed this out to me in a class earlier this year. I was first I'd really been aware of it. But it's, if you look on the help system and you see this command right here called command search, that's the same thing. That's as if you were to go up in that upper right-hand corner. I think MicroStation also has a similar functionality. You can start typing up there and looking for something, and it tells you where it is, and you can run it from there, etc. So if I wanted to say remove that vertex, if I knew I want to remove polyline vertex, if I just start typing REMO, there's remove reactors group spaces from text, lot edge, all that. So remove VER. No, it's no remove vertex. Well, maybe it was polyline vertex. Let's see. Let me put a space in there. So if I start typing remove poly, oh, look, here's some commands. Remove polyline. There it is. Remove polyline vertex. Now, if you see that, it tells you the menu that it's under as its main menu. So if I go to the edit menu, I would find it up there, which I did, edit, and remove polyline was the sub menu. This shows you which modules, whether it's Carlson Civil, Carlson Survey, Carlson Takeoff, different ones that the command is available to. And there's the keyboard command, RMVERTEX. And over here, most importantly, the toolbars that it might live on. In this case, just one. If I see another one that might be my surface inspector, let me get one that's in the surface viewer. There we go, surface inspector. So I've got actually 5 different variations of this command. Some live under the surface menu, some are the site net, some are the grid menu, grids menu, takeoff menu. Any sub menus that they're under, which module. So you can see if I'm in civil, I can get it from these 2 menus, surface or site net. There's my keyboard command, surface values. That's my just standard inspector. This site net one says surface inspector. It's a slightly different one. And then the toolbars that it's under, there's site net under general. It's also under takeoff general. It's under geology and surface, the Carlson surface toolbar. Okay. So those are different things. And you can choose, if you choose a particular one, let's say we go here and we double click it, that's going to run and bring this command up. Okay. If I go back to do this command search again, and let's look at that surface inspector. So if I choose here, I can run it by clicking that, select it, click the button, or select it and hit the help button. It brings me up into the context availability. And you can see also over here in the, so I'm in the civil module under the surface menu, and down below here was my surface inspector right there. So that, shows me what I need to know about that. You can also do a report on it. Let's just see what that looks like. And that just basically tells you that same little name of the command, the menu it's under, the submenu, the modules, and the keyboard. And there's, export that as a spreadsheet, uh, you know, all kinds of different options. It's not terribly useful there, but the ability to run the command from here, also to get help available from here, is quite nice. And once you're familiar then with the command, like remove vertexes into my polyline menu, I'm going to make sure I've got my polyline menus toolbar out and available so I can get it from there. So I'm not going this route, remove polyline vertex, or I'm also not having to type the command. So just a way to help you navigate. Remember, the key thing is if you see the icon in the menu, know that it lives on a toolbar somewhere, and then you can use that. So if it's a command you use quite often, but you're tired of digging through menus to get to it, find out the toolbar and open up that toolbar. Okay. Now, the toolbars that I have out and the menus that I have open, switch to, say, in the GIS module. Now, you guys may not have these, but I'm going to switch to those to show, to illustrate a couple of points. Up at the top, the very top, it tells me what I'm in Carlson GIS. So that tells me the module I'm in, the GIS module, the version 2025 with IntelliCAD, or it would say AutoCAD if I was using that. And that's my license number, is my not for resale license. Okay, so because I'm an instructor and that's provided to me. Now, the next two pieces of information is the coordinate file, and it gives you the file name, and then the file name itself. So this is class example 1.dwg. It has an asterisk there, which means it is in an unsaved state. So if I were to just save this, even though there's nothing in it, the asterisk goes away. All right, so that tells me that sometimes you'll see a file. While this is open here, I'm going to go to my file toolbar here, my little standard toolbar, the file open, and I'm going to open another file from, again, staying in my datasets folder. I'm going to use this civil demo, and see over here my little drawing preview. So there's again another example. So if I say civil demo and open that, now notice this is a drawing file. I've got mine over here, class example. These are the tabs, civil demo, switch to the other drawing. But look up here, the CRD file says none. I have not got a coordinate file associated with this drawing file. It's just a drawing file, and that's perfectly okay. Now you can't, once you've set that, say I'm going here to class example, and I'm now associated using a coordinate file called class example 1. I can't go back here, say to the points menu and say set coordinate file. And then if I were to say cancel, it still keeps it open and running. Other commands, if you cancel a file selection, it will clear the file name. That particular one doesn't. So once that's associated with that coordinate file, then I can't really decouple it necessarily. I could switch to an empty one. There may be a way, if I edit a particular INI file and take that out of those settings. So there could be a way you can decouple it. Certainly you could do a file save as and give it a new drawing file name, and then open that file that's not associated with it. But again, now you have multiple drawings, you switch in and out. Or switch back and forth between them. You can say, let's copy. If I wanted to copy that, there's the boundary. If I select that boundary around, I'm in this civil demo. So if I select that boundary and I go down here and this is going to be a clipboard operation. So I'm going to copy with a base point. It says select a base point. I'm going to just type 0, 0, and comma 0. The Z coordinate is optional. If you don't use it, it assumes 0. And that's another difference in this versus MicroStation, although you guys might not be real familiar with it because you're usually working with a 3D DGN file with your survey work, but in most civil design in open roads, they're done in 2D files and they link to a 3D model within the file. But Carlson is always 3D, whether you're using the elevations or not. Okay, so it's always any DWG file is always a 3D file. So I'm going to select a base point. So anytime it's asking me for a point, and this is just standard CAD commands. So I can either click a point, snap to some geometry, or type a coordinate. So I'm going to say 0, 0 and hit enter. Okay, so now all I've done is put that in the clipboard. Now this is exactly equivalent to the MicroStation command where you select entities and then tentative snap on a particular key point, in which case I would have something down at 0, 0, or I would have, the corner of a title block or something that I wanted to make sure that I go from one model to another model, make sure I line up in the same deal. So in this case, I've selected something. I went to my right click menu choice, right click, I clipboard, and I copied with the base point. That's also available, of course, under Edit, Clipboard, Copy with Base Point. So I now have done that. It's now in my clipboard. If I go back to my class example 1, my empty drawing, I can now reverse that process. Right click, clipboard, and then paste, which will prompt me to type a coordinate or pick a point to put that in, which in case I want it to be 0, 0, if I want it to match exactly, I can paste it as a block, which means it puts it in as a shared cell, essentially. And because now I just have one thing, I had one polyline. I could have taken, say, that one polyline and all of the contour lines, for instance, and then put it in as a block so it behaves as a unified entity, one entity. Sometimes that's easiest to do or suits a particular purpose. If you paste to the original coordinates, that will go to the same coordinates that it came from, to that 0, 0. Now, that's what I did. I don't see it though, because I need to maximize, I need to zoom to everything in my screen, which is, what do we call that in MicroStation? The little window icon up here. Anyway, to zoom to fit everything. Fit view, that's it. I was trying to think of the name. So that's equivalent to a fit view is we want to do a zoom extents. And you can either type out zoom, hit enter, hit E for extents. You can type Z, enter, E, enter, or the shortcut is to double click the wheel on the mouse like it's a button. So if I double click it, it's going to zoom to the extents of my drawing. So everything that's in the drawing now has been put on the screen. Okay. So now that you can see how we can share things back and forth between the drawings. So this is not like I can't go over here and say, select these. Oops. Grab that. And so if I grab those, if I right click and copy, that copy is not the same as allowing me to go to my other drawing. This is just copy within this same drawings from here to there. So this is something I have to do with a clipboard go from here to there. Okay. So that's how we do, how we would do that. Now, one other nice thing here, let's go to open a file. And I have no idea where you may have some things, but I want you to go out and browse and find one of your DGN files. So I'm going to look on my stuff here. Let's see.
Ken,
Yes,
is it okay to break for lunch soon for 30 minutes and then come back? Is that okay with you?
absolutely. I was going to take us to 12:30, but I can we can maybe make it 12:15 would be good.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
All right, you bet. All right, so if I'm out here, I want to go, here's what I'm looking for. I'm going to go here to my see documents, consulting, projects. All right, let me find a okay, David, you are part of my data sets here. It's something we were working on there. I forgot what it was now.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
were working on creating points to bring into ORD.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, so that would probably know. So if I had, let's see, as a CAD with terrain model, embedded terrain model only as drawn. Okay, so let's say if I opened up this. Now that's an actual MicroStation DGN file. I'm going to open it. And it's going to actually switch me into that DGN file and actually a different work mode. Notice my ribbons came up, so I'm in a slightly different, and if I select that, that's that line. These are my dimensions labels for my CAD. So, but now from here, I can do that very same thing. I can select these, right click, choose clipboard, copy with the base point, 0, 0, hit enter, go back to my DGN, to my class example, and I'm going to say clipboard paste to original coordinates. And then I'm going to just take this guy and get rid of it. So when I do a zoom extents, there they are. All right, so there's that. Now notice that this is an actual dimension that came out of that DGN file. So it's so if I select it, I see that it is an ordinate dimension. So, a couple of little differences, but notice I have a line style called V-surf 0 major and contour minor by layer definition. And if I look at those layer definitions, let's look for contour. There's minor major. See that DGN2 and DGN3? It read them out of that DGN file and brought them over and stuck them into this file. Okay, so if you're ever working on something, let's say you're doing your curb cuts and you need to get, well, I have a nice DGN base map. You can either go straight into that DGN base map and work inside it, or if you want to get the full functionality, I would just open it, select what you need out of it, clipboard, copy it, and transfer it over into your DWG file, or even you can do a file import MicroStation DGN, and it will allow you to do that same type of thing by bringing the file in along with all its settings. Now, we will put a bookmark here and come back after lunch. And in fact, today I typically like to give the full hour um, off, but if you don't mind, since there's so much to get through, uh, would a half hour be okay with everybody? Um, I know it's my
You
fault that we.
guys want an hour, it's fine. Don't let me be the
Yeah, no, they can. I'm just going to say if though,
rest of you. So what do you think? Tell me.
yeah, if you wanna only take 30 minutes, because I want to maximize the time. I don't want to hold you late today, and it's my fault everybody's getting started late today. So, um, and then tomorrow, if we get started on time, you'll certainly get your full hour. You can even have your full hour today. I don't mind. Just let me know if you need the hour, you want the hour, or if a half hour is fine.
I'm good with a half hour.
Okay, Dave's good.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm fine with a half
Yeah,
hour as well.
I'm
Okay.
fine with a half hour.
How about you, Adam? What did I, what was
Yeah,
I,
I'm
everybody good? Okay,
yeah.
Wake up.
back.
He's
We'll
good.
come
He's
back at
good.
a quarter to one.
Okay, we're all good then.
I'm going to save the drawing. And so I know we've sort of bounced around a couple of things, but I wanted to show you how this stuff is starting up and getting started and getting us moving. And then we'll start talking about some other settings and things. It's going to get sleepy time after lunch because it's going to get boring. So make sure you have something with caffeine in it. You'll be all right. Okay. All right. I'll see everybody here. I'm going to pause the recording and um, everybody's had the lunch break, and we'll continue getting into the really boring part of the part of the work here. So again, we got a bunch of interface, a bunch of commands that we can do. Um, and typically, if you haven't already, take a look at the menus and what they do. And what I want to talk about here then is in this. So this is the training guide that you got with your data set. And if you look at these, some of some of these, the linking got broken, but some of these, like here's a bit about Carlson software on page 3. So if I click that, it's going to take me right to it, into that particular one. If I go back and say, go into this, see if I can find one of the exercises. Looks like the links all got broken. Here's right here, quick profile exercise. If I click into that, it takes you right to that particular one. So some of those are linked. I apologize. The links appear to be somewhat broken, but here's the way this is organized. This about the instructor and all that kind of mess is over here. And you guys know how to reach me now. That's my MSoft email address. Of course, you can reach me at AWK. And always, you've got that you can reach out to. This number up here actually should be 40 at this point. And then tells you about the guide, and you'll see a couple of icons, what they mean. And then some other, conventions is what you'll see in the type setting. But these are the ones right here. This these good idea, the light bulb, and important thing, a notepad. So you'll see those from time to time scattered throughout on the side over here. So that sort of flags something important. And then it just talks about, in terms of what this is, that everything that you're building surfaces, you're building alignments, you've got points, all of those different things. You're really nothing more than entities in your drawing. They're just like, um, elements in your DGN file. And Carlson stores all of that information out in separate external files. And that's a conscious choice. Civil 3D, in contrast, and much like ORD does it. It stores a lot of that stuff directly in the drawing file itself. So, yes, go ahead, Chuck.
Hey, I don't think we got the set you're showing us for the data set.
Are you breaking up a little? You said you didn't get this information?
Yeah, he said we did not get this data set. That's what he was trying to say.
Oh, it was in the linking that I sent. Did you get the emails? What did Nikki send you did she just forward you the link to get started?
Yeah, just the link for the Zoom.
Oh, well, let me send you that because you're gonna need it. Um,
Okay, thank you.
all right, yeah, thanks for letting me know. Let me see. AWK, Nikki. Yeah, all right. Let's see here. All right, here you go. I'm going to forward this to you guys. There we go. So this is going to go to Adam, Chris, Dave, and Chuck. Might as well send it. Well, Nikki's got the original. Let's see. Chuck, Dave, Adam, Chris. Okay, that should do it. Yeah, so when you get that email, the bottom link down at the bottom part of it has a link to the data sets and the training guide.
Thank you, Ken. I just got it.
You get it? And when you go to that link, it's going to basically take you to my Dropbox, and you'll see that just download the whole folder. Or
We got it, Ken. Thanks.
yep. So open up that folder and then go ahead and set yourself up a dedicated spot to put it. And then that's going to be where we're going to work from.
Yeah, Dropbox. Thank you.
Yep. And then once you get those down, when you see that, you're going to see, let me see here. Go to my, so I made myself a folder of today's date, Harrisburg office training, and I put in there there's two folders inside that link as well as this document. That's that training guide that I've got open here. And then you've got this field to finish quick start guide and data sets for the survey class. Go ahead and leave those as dedicated folders and just put this all within some location. Then when we're working on our drawings and stuff, we'll be working inside of this data sets folder. And then there's some additional guides in here. You see these PDFs. There's an advanced, an easy start field to finish, advanced guide field to finish. So a couple of other guides. They're actually written by Dave, or not Dave, Doug Auberg of Carlson. He's a surveyor from, I think, down in Little Rock somewhere. But he's put those together with some data sets and configuration files that really step you through that. These are things that is not going to be part of the class today and tomorrow, but something really worthwhile going into, because you can really use that as a way to even produce your survey files. Although you've got a good workflow now for your PennDOT work, I wouldn't switch. But if it's for another job that's not necessarily a PennDOT job, you could certainly, learn to use that. And that's very much like your survey processing in open roads, where you've, reading the field book, and based on codes, it connects up line work and symbols and points and all that. Okay, so your data sets, and then in the data set, you've got that training guide there, and that's what I have open here. And also got, these are things that she wanted to go over. So we'll make sure we keep that handy. But here now should be this Carlson software. Let me set it back up. And then the table of contents and all of that. So as it gets down to it. Now, everybody have those available now? You've got your training guide open.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, yep. Okay, good. So now a couple of things about, again, I said some of these you'll see over in the page numbers are hyperlinked. The others, and you'll see the little finger goes away. That link has gotten broken somehow. I've never taken the time to go back and reset them. I should, but and the civil document, they're all intact. But anyway, and you can certainly see, you can certainly just scroll down to those pages. And these page numbers are not the PDF sheet numbers, not like right now I'm on page 2 of the PDF file, but it's actually Roman numeral lowercase 3 as table of contents, and the actual first page, the first and second page there. And then you get to where it starts into it. That starts with our page number 2. So page number 1 is this one right here, where it starts right there. And then page 2, which is really the PDF, page 3. So you can navigate your way around. But a couple things to note here in the table of contents. These exercises that are part of what we are going to be working through are these, they're highlighted in red text. So you can see there's adding brake lines and surface evaluation tools and the 3D surface file viewer. Now it's also a little exercise that's part of that whole section, same as quick profile, but they're not separate, multi-step exercises. They're just individual optional steps within this evaluation tools exercise. And then you look on the next sheet, and there's some more here. Now you get to the end of this one, this important concepts section, and these are where those little things that we'll be going through later as exercises, and it goes to the last one here. It says putting it all together, and this is a particular workflow, and it takes a little, basically a file of points, and you generate a stockpile surface, compute the volume, do a design pad. We're going to take a little borrow pit out of the stockpile, how to merge the surfaces, tidying some things up with some drafting techniques, and then putting in a roadway. Once we're through with that, then it goes to the next page. These are the survey module. These are the survey specific things. So edit and process a raw file, ServNet processing, field to finish processing, deed processing, coordinate geometry, LotNet. So these are some things that we can wrap up with tomorrow. Some of the survey specific stuff. So we'll take a look at field to finish a little bit. We won't get into that full on advanced workflow that Doug Auberg has provided in those other folders, but we'll certainly take a look at it and see how it works. Now, once you're through with that part, you see this command reference for general menus, file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points. Those 7 menus are common to all of the Carlson modules, whether it's civil, whether it's survey, GIS, construction, point clouds, whatever. These are all contained in all of those modules. And then you get out of that and you get into this next one, which, let me go back. This next section here is the command reference for the survey module menu. So these are the commands that are available from the survey menu that you see here. And then it takes you through, all of those. That's the survey menu. There's draw field to finish, deed reader, so different things. And then it goes to the COGO menu, steps you through those as well. It takes you all the way down to the end of those. Let me see.
Team, I put all the files under the library drive archive, Carlson training files, and there's 2 zip folders and the PDF. So that way everybody has them going forward, okay?
Yeah.
Sorry,
So,
Ken.
oh, no, there's no worries. They got them all down. Everything's ready to go. So here's now this, I'll show them the structure of the book here. There's the GIS menu. And that keeps going through. And then that concludes that. So you've got, and these are all this is the command reference for these particular one. It just steps through all the menus and shows you how and here's like section corners for the public land system type of surveying, which we don't do here on the East Coast. Different things. Now, a lot of this information that you see is lifted out of the help system, but it's in some cases they're really expanded, like right here. The Traverse allows you input and these different codes. So it's really expanded the command that you don't see in the help system. Sometimes though, they're just sort of abbreviated or maybe even just lifted right straight out of it. So anyway, that's a nice little reference to that as you can go through it. Now, coming back up to, let's go to the general command reference, which let me get to one here and then get where I start. All right, so the command reference, I'm on page 78 of the book. And this shows you the command references for the general menus, those first 7. And if you look over here, that's file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points. Those are common to every module. Notice I'm in the GIS module. It says so up here on the top stripe, and I see that first menu after points is for GIS data, tools, images, etc. If I were to switch into my, say, civil module, see, it tells me I'm now in civil. File, edit, view, draw, inquiry, setting, points again is there, and then it goes to 3D data, surface, site net, center line, profiles, sections, roads, etc. Same thing with survey. So after points, there is a survey menu, which has those commands, coordinate geometry, center line. A lot of these are the same commands under civil. Some were slightly maybe truncated or abbreviated. Some are exactly the same commands that you'd see under civil. So those are the different things that you have available, and you'll see those listed here. Now, a couple of things about the the typography that you'll see here. One of the things that you'll see is you see this file menu start right here. And this is the new, open, close. Those are typical, just standard Windows file handling commands. And they're standard, as part of the AutoCAD application. And so that just explains what those are. And then you got save as, import, export, xref, polyline file, which is basically a text file definition of polylines. And we don't use those a lot, but they're typically done for machine grading. If you're using automated machine guidance for GPS to drive your grading equipment. And sometimes you have to load up a polyline file that loads up guidelines and such for the equipment. So that's a way you can do things like that. But then you're going to see over here in this upper part, you'll see this drawing cleanup. Notice it's red and bold. And you'll see a couple of other things. If I go to the next one here under the edit menu, you see some are red, some are not. Okay. All that means is that over the years of using this software, I've come to recognize a couple of things that are particularly useful that I have found as really, really good utility and efficiency in those particular commands. So there's nothing special. There's no difference, there's no difference of importance between a red listed command and a non-red listed command, other than I have found those to be of particular good utility. So it's just a little guide as to some things that I find very useful. Like I don't do a lot of changing styles and colors and all that here, but I'll see, these break and intersections, change the rotation for blocks, scale wizard, moving text, things along those lines that I found to be of use and a particular utility. So that's a way to sort of use this book as a means, to help you to learn the software. Okay. So let's talk about, again, this right at the start, a bit about the software, and it's sort of, talking about here for me, if I can get this there we go. So everything that we're doing inside the software is just interacting with the AutoCAD drawing objects, the entities in the drawing. And they consist of points, lines, polylines, arcs, text, blocks. And a block is like a cell, shared cell. And block attributes you can think of as tags in a cell, or basically the labels of that cell, of that block. Okay, so here's what's going on, the fact that Carlson stores this stuff externally. So really it's nothing more than these drawn entities with no more intelligence than the electronic version of lines on paper. Nothing inherent in a circle, a line, or a line string that tells anyone, says, hey, hey, I'm an alignment, or I'm the back edge of a concrete curb. That kind of awareness, we have to look at extending that data set to include that information. Now, in Civil 3D, it does all of this by storing all of that stuff in the DWG file, and those actually are additional entities that regular old AutoCAD doesn't have awareness of. But Civil 3D and sometimes AutoCAD map, those kind of things are aware of things that are like alignments, profiles, points even, surfaces. So when you get a Civil 3D file, you may have a surface in it, and it's actually part of that DWG file. It's embedded within it, just like it is in MicroStation. A terrain in MicroStation is a MicroStation element. But Carlson doesn't do anything beyond what standard old AutoCAD can recognize and use, but it stores these additional extended type entities as separate files and keeps them outside. And again, this is sort of changing, and you may see someday Carlson brings everything internally, but for now, that's the conscious decision that they've done. And the reason for that is so that you can share this information with other outside users, and they don't have to have Carlson software to be able to use the drawing file. Okay, so, and here again, we talk about, let's see. And so all of these packages are written to run inside this host CAD system, such as AutoCAD or MicroStation. Carlson, some other systems have the added benefit to run inside this clone known as IntelliCAD. So there's no reason, again, they didn't recreate all of those CAD functionalities in their software. Now, like TerraModel did. Okay, now I don't know that anybody's really using TerraModel much anymore. That's Trimble's previous version of that. Most of everything in Trimble is done through TBC. And so they used to have all of the, the draw commands, everything else, and then you could export drawing information if you needed it. But this idea of running inside this CAD system is we're handing off everything we need to do to the CAD engine underneath and saying, here, go do what, I've given you a bunch of information of what I'm looking for. You take it and put it in terms you understand, create those entities and give them back to me at the end of the command run. So that's really all that's happening here. Okay, so this is, see, this talks about even some of the more expensive vertical civil and survey applications. They change the nature of the actual contained within the CAD file into these extended objects, and that makes you have to have those object handlers or object enablers or the same software. You'd have to have Civil 3D to open a Civil 3D file. But in this case, with the Carlson work, it's just a DWG file that can be opened with AutoCAD, even with AutoCAD LT. Okay, so it's just as if they're manually drawn. Now they'll use they'll lose the functionality of, say, a center line being in alignment, but they'll at least have that as a drawn polyline with arcs and segments. Okay, so that's the basic philosophy behind how this works. Okay. So then, where is all this going to be stored? Where does this stuff go? And there's a couple of, well, there's actually 3 different places. We'll talk about that over here under our directory structure. But so all of this that we're going to be using is done through a series of modules. You have survey and civil, these 2 icons that you see right here on this particular toolbar, which in my case are up here in a horizontal format. Those are all the different modules that are available to me. It's also available on the settings menu, Carlson menus. You see them here again. Okay. So that's how we switch in and out of the various modules that have access to various commands, some of which are different from the others. And this just basically shows what those are. They're survey, civil, hydro, GIS, regular IntelliCAD, or if you're running AutoCAD, you'd see a big red A there for AutoCAD. This top row are the mining, or the middle row is the mining modules, the basic mining, underground, surface, natural regrade, and geology. And then finally, the top row is takeoff, construction, field, Carlson field. That's basically a little interface that acts like a data collector out in the field, and then point clouds. And those are 2 subsystems that pop up and run over top of what you're working on and then hand the information back. All right, so nothing really earth-shattering to try to remember there. And again, you can see from the menu, here's some of those different modules. There's everything there that we C is also available there in that toolbar. Okay, so now we need to talk about where all that stuff lives, and that is over here. See this, when you choose into a particular module, all it does is it switches those menus and the titles, of course, to make them available to you from where you're working at that particular moment. Okay, so different settings and stuff. But where does the data live that we work with? This is our directory structure. And you can see that it tells us, it comes pre-configured, it assigns all the project data, and by default, this is the default condition, they're set to this thing called the drawing folder configuration, or what we call follow the drawing. And if you look down here in this image, you see the 3 different types of data folder setups. It can be a project folder structure that you define. And here's an example of one where I said, whatever my project is, and that's just a placeholder, I want you to build me these folders. There's alignments and profiles, drawing files. I got another folder called other, under which it has 2 folders. One says deliverables, one says PDFs. And they can be anything you want. And I know that a lot of the projects you guys work on have a particularly built folder structure. So, you could set that up and have it follow that, and then you assign a particular data type file to live within a particular folder. That's all well and good and fine, but it makes you, declare a project name, and then it creates these folders for you if they don't exist already, and then lets that use that as a location to pull files from or to save files. And again, it's not a thing that is strictly enforced in the sense that when it asks you to open a file or save a file, it's simply going to start you in that location wherever you've assigned it. You can always navigate away from it using the browse commands. Okay, so it's pretty flexible, and it's pretty good if you maintain the discipline of keeping that directory structure the same across all your projects. The drawing folder option in the middle here means that wherever you stored the drawing file, that is going to be the default location of where your surface models, your alignment, your profiles, your coordinates, all of those different types of data files are going to be placed or opened from. Again, just a default. The other option, this fixed folder option, is what used to be the only option to the early days of Carlson software. And it was set to be a particular folder, typically called SCAD data. And that stood for ServCAD data files. And the Carlson product used to be called ServCAD. And it was only survey software. It had no civil design or any of that kind of stuff with it in those early days. The difference there is that, everything is in one location. So you could always go there and find your work. The problem is everything from working on your I-81 road widening project lives in that folder, and everything on your, Main Street milling and overlay reconstruction project, they all live in that same folder. So you had to keep file names, pretty restrictive in the sense that, let's say you're in the habit of calling your existing grade surface file, you call that an EG.10. So in that case, if you're in the same folder, you'd have to have one that said, I-81 widening EG.10, and you'd have to have Main Street overlay.10 or EG.10. So you'd have to name those individual files something specific that corresponded to a particular drawing project. So it's not a particularly useful function, that fixed folder option. It's just there for legacy support in case you wanted to do that. So it's all there as well. So that's where all of these things go. And um, and here's a couple of things to remember here as well. Carlson actually comes with two example structures. There's CSW for Carlson Software and LDT for Land Desktop for Carlson Software Land Desktop. So those are two suggested folder structures. And when I say folder structures, I'm talking about this list of folders over here that you can predefine. You can choose those. They're already pre-built for you. So now, again, we're going to keep everything pointed to our drawing folder as our default for the class, just for convenience sake, so that we don't have to worry about making sure we've all got the same folders. But I do want to show you how that particular functionality does work. And then there's a little bit of a trick that we can use on with using that. And we'll talk about that here in a minute. Now, this is, if I'm using the project folder definition, then I need to assign these data types into a particular folder of that structure. Now, here's how that works. Let's go back to our drawing. And let's go to our settings menu, and let's choose Set Project Data Folders. There's that dialog, or a variation of what you saw in the book there. Project folder, drawing folder, or fixed folder. Right now I'm in drawing folder, and I can set the startup data folder, and that's why when I started, it pointed me toward Carlson Projects. You can navigate that and set that to a place you want to start, like a network location. And then you can redefine or reassign the data folders to that location in case you have them in a different location. All right, so, and again, remember, all we're doing is setting the default locations. We're not moving data at this point. Okay, so we're just saying this is where it's going to go. So wherever my drawing folder is, whether or not it's in Carlson Projects, that's just where it starts me initially. I can navigate away and go to a network drive, say drive P, 2024, projects by client, or, whatever it is you want to do, and tell it, hey, this is where my data is going to live. And this is where I want to start. So then the next time I start a new file, or if I would go to open a file, it's going to start me at that data folder, and then I can choose to go to a different one from that point. And again, navigate away from it if you need to. So the other option here that I want to talk about is this project folder. So if I click that instead, and I'm going to now look at these two buttons underneath, the project subfolder setup. If I choose that, this is a structure that I have created just arbitrarily. I've got a folder called data, under which I have alignments and profiles, deed information, mining stuff, points, and points has two further folders, one called deed points, one called field points, and then surfaces. So the next is my DWG files is in a separate folder. And I've got another folder called Other, in which it has some contract information. I've got a deliverables, and I've got a point clouds underneath the deliverables. I've got a PDFs, and then I've got a program settings folder that I can also use. I'm gonna go ahead and just open these back up so you can see the whole thing. All right, so there it is now. Talked about those pre-configured. I could say, let me, I'm going to save this as, and I'll choose this. I'll give it a name. Here's 2025 project data file settings. It's a PRF file, and it's going to go in Carlson Projects settings because that's my default location for all my settings. Again, it could be a different place on the network, whatever. And I'll save that. Yep, I'll overwrite it. So now there it is. But I've got these load and save buttons. Now, make a note of that. You're going to see those two buttons on a lot of dialog boxes, almost all of them. So when you pre-configure some settings and get them like you like them, do a save, give it a name, and then when you come back to another project, another file that wants to use that same thing, just load it up. So I'm going to say load, and if I use, here's one of their pre-builts called CSW Carlson Software, and here's my subfolders inside of project settings, and I've got this one that looks like this. And if I open that, now you see I've got a data folder that has all of these, a drawings, and a program settings. If I load LAN desktop, then there's the way the LAN desktop folder structure typically was defined in LAN desktop. I'm going to go back and get mine back to where they were. Okay. So once you've done that, you've defined your folders. The next thing you want to do is go to this data type subfolders. And now you've got data types under all kinds of different subcategories, and you can create this categorization. You've got all categories. And now when you look at that, let's say, where do I put a coordinate file? Well, I scroll down here till I see my CRD right here. That's going to go in a folder. And this that I pulled down this list, this is reading that previous structure that I just made. And I can go back and edit subfolders from here if I need to make a new one. But here's my coordinate file, and I'm going to put that in, instead of deed points, let's just put that in project data points instead of deed points. So you could have, different things to go in different places. Let's look at a CL file, which is a centerline file. It is in project data alignments and profiles. And again, this project is not a folder that's named project. It's whatever project you're working in, and it creates that as a named folder. But that's just a placeholder for here. So now this is where we're storing the data. Notice we don't define all of them. Here's one, for instance, CN files, hydrology curve number factors. So if I look under curve numbers, or for hydrology, I might look under project data, and I don't have any particular hydrology subfolder set up for this particular workflow. So I don't have to assign it. Okay, so that's how that particular thing works. And again, all we're doing is setting the locations that when you go to open or save a file is where it starts you looking for those files. That's all this is. Okay. Now, I'm going to cancel that, and we'll be back in this drawing folder. But here's the little trick that you can do with this. Let's suppose you get a file, and let's say it has an extension .pro, and you don't know what that means. What kind of a file is that? Okay, so if I need to know what kind of file that is, I can go up to settings, set my project data folders, and temporarily switch it here to project folder, and then go straight to the data type subfolders. Now notice here, I've got, in this particular version, 272 individual file types that Carlson recognizes, and quite a bit. And you can sort by these columns, and the data type, that's the extension of the file. So I'm looking for a PRO, so I'm going to scroll up here until I see my PRO. It's in alphabetical order. Right there's a PRO file. All right, I look over here and say, oh, that's a profile. So that tells me what that file is. Let's say I saw an RCF file. Well, that's a runoff coefficient library file. You can see it over here under the description. So they're all described, and that tells you the type of file it is. CL for centerline. Okay, culvert settings, channel lines. So all of these different file types by extension shows you what it is over here. Now, one that they're particularly missing that I noticed is a history file, a coordinate history file, and it should be HIS, and it's not in here. It starts with HC to HR to HR to blah, blah, blah. So it's not in here. So not everyone is here, and that's just an oversight. That should tell you, and that's the history file that is maintained if you have that switch turned on to maintain your coordinate history so that you can roll back changes you've made to your coordinate files, sort of like an undo, that undoes changes to the coordinate file without having to undo things you've changed in the drawing since you last made the coordinate file change. Okay, so it's a nice little feature. But anyway, that's there. I found out what my file means. I can just hit cancel and cancel this or set it back to that and hit OK if you like, either way. So I'm just going to keep it sitting here on my drawing folder. And that's where that particular setting comes from, or what this data type subfolders allows you to identify what those are done. Okay. And then next, we're going to talk about these different menus. What's on these particular menus? We have general menus and modular menus. The general are those first 7: file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points. And then also the window and help, that's just part of your Windows software. And that's the ones you see over here, window and help. If you have Express tools installed, they'll be there as well. And that just tells you in general what's on those. The file menu has file functions. The edit menu contains commands to perform basic edits to your drawing entities, including standard CAD things like copy, erase, and move, etc. And then a lot of these are Carlson modified commands that also perform those same basic entities, but have some additional controls and options. There's taught a class a few years back that some guy, he coined the term, those are called your Carlsonifications. So instead of just drawing a polyline, which you're certainly welcome to do, Carlson has a command that says draw 2D polyline or draw 3D polyline that has a lot of additional functionality to it beyond the standard CAD P-line command. Either way gets you to a polyline, and it doesn't matter which way you choose. It just matters which way suits the way you're working. So that's the edit menu. You know, it contains those particular types of settings. Then you got the draw menu, and that has, just like you would imagine, commands to draw things. Now, there's a couple things to note here. There's some hidden gems stored down inside those menus that you might not be aware of. One of which is that curve calculator right here when you go, and it's under draw arc, and then it has that as a command, curve calculator. So you can type in, you know, certain values, and once you have enough to define the arc, everything else computes. You can then choose to plot it. The plot becomes active once you've got something to do, or you can select an arc that's drawn, or you can just pick 3 points and it computes the arc that goes through those 3 points and shows you all the values and all that kind of stuff here. Nice, handy little tool that's really buried deep under the draw arc command, which would be under draw arc, right down here, curve calc. Okay. Notice you got best fits and spirals and all that. So there's my curve calc radius. Let's say I want a 100-foot radius arc and through 45 degrees. So now it computes all of the rest of this stuff based on roadway or railway definitions. I can say plot, and it wants to know a start point. I'll click there. It wants to know the direction. I'll choose the direction of chord, and I'll go direction input will be based on a point. So I'm going to go this way with my chord. And is it in the right direction? Yes or no? I'll say no, I want it to go that way. So there's that 110-foot radius arc drawn into my drawing based on what I just told it there. I'm just going to select it and delete it. You can also, if I clear this, I'll choose 3 points. So if I want to know I'm going to snap to that endpoint, this midpoint, and that endpoint right there. So it computed that arc. If I plotted it, plot the last 3-point arc, yes, there it is. That point, the through point, and the end point right in there as part of your work. So, don't lose sight of the fact that you've got some additional tools and some additional functionality in these commands, and they're sort of buried there. Okay. And that's just a matter of you're just going to have to get familiar with it and use it to where they start to sink in. The inquiry menu has a lot of things that help you look at the drawing to see things about it. In particular, this drawing inspector. Now, these commands are explained more fully over in the command reference, that those last part of those other pages. What we're stepping through right now is just, what's generally contained here. The settings menu, that's where you make your configurations. The points menu, that's one of these particular, for surveyors, because we do a lot of work with points, that's where all those commands are typically given. And then you get into these modular menus, and says this civil module guide. Well, that should say survey. I'm in the survey book, but in any case, you can see, depending on which module you're in, that's going to start these other commands. And here's the civil or survey module has, after file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points, it has survey, COGO, centerline, blah, blah. Civil menu has 3D data, surface, site, blah, blah, blah. And you notice there is a surface menu here. There's also one here. A lot of the commands between the two modules are the same. Civil has more commands to it than survey does, particularly things that help you define grading and things like that. And you can see the rest. We're not going to read through all these, but there's the hydro module, GIS, geotech, construction, trenching, CADNet, field, natural regrade, which is an entire subsystem, point cloud's entire subsystem, and then all the mining modules each of those have their own sets of additional menus. Okay. So that's how that menu structure is done. Now, to get to the actual commands that you see from those menus, you would go to this command reference. So 78, let's go to page, probably 82, let's say 84 maybe. Yeah, here it is, command reference, general menu. So here's file. So if we looked at that draw, let's see, where are we down here? Here's file. The file menu. File, edit, view. Draw menu. So draw, arc, here's this arc. So this tells you what the command does. And it says right here, a couple of additional tools at the bottom, including a curve calculator that can also draw these calculated arcs or report on an existing arc. There's a best fit tool that works on entered points, and a general spiral geometry tool. So right down here is that little arc curve calculator that's available, and you can see that as part of that pull right under arc. So that sort of this fleshes out what those individual commands do, whereas that part that we were just looking at is in general what these commands hold. Okay. So now let's go back to that was our what's on the menu. All right, so let's take a look at our settings where we were starting in on these. Part of those settings were like those file locations where we stored things. But here's where a lot of the stuff gets done as to how the software behaves. And it's very important to understand what some of these switches do, particularly what we call object linking. Okay, now there's just this little partial page right down here is going to, and that's really all the book talks about here. We're going to go through some of these in depth too, so you understand them. And there's also a settings explorer on the settings menu that basically is this little sort of spreadsheet-like table that it's not. It should be redisplaying that. There may be something going on with the Zoom interface. It's not redisplaying it's not clearing up the fuzzy stuff. But anyway, so you can work at it through this interface if you wish, or you can do it through these particular interfaces up here. And right here is here's that little icon, the light bulb. And this is a good idea to make note of. It says, as a general rule, when you're asked to populate a dialog box with different settings, you're able to save and load those as you need. Okay, so you see that load, save, restore up here. Again, you got load, save as for these particular settings. So that's what we're going to take a look at next, are these settings. By the way, before we jump into settings, I did want to show you, we started this particular drawing. Now I brought these in from that other MicroStation file. But when we started this with a drawing template, we brought in a couple of, or a number of settings. So if I look on my view menu and let's choose layer control, and you see that little icon, the layer stack with the little magnifying glass. And that's also what you see up here on my layers toolbar, or I'm sorry, by entity properties toolbar. And that's the layer control. There's make object layer current, there's layer control. If I choose that, it brings this up. This is like your layers palette in AutoCAD. This is like your levels definition in MicroStation. And you can see I've got all of these like existing easement, revert left, text, sanitary A, L. So these are all from that particular, remember I told you I started working on putting this together for some AWK setups. It's not, I didn't get very far with it before I got pulled off on something else, but anyway, and this is something that evolves as you start to refine your template work. You start to refine all of that. So this can be something it's a constantly moving target. And so you're going to keep trying to chase this down into something that's going to fit in every case. But you can see all of these different layers, colors, line types. And there's a couple of ones when I brought in this contour data from the DGN file, it also brought those layers and those line styles you see here, that DGN 2 and 3 that came from that DGN file. as a DGN line style, and they just redefined it as an AutoCAD line style and made it available here to you. Got a bunch of different line styles here. You can always load additional ones. You can choose a different file if you wish. There's a Carlson line style there. If you open that, you've got different line style definitions. There's one that I particularly use a lot of, and I don't see it listed here, but I've got two particular ones. If I go over here and just, here, let me come down here. Now here's something about this interface. When I chose layers, I said view layers or layer manager, whatever that was called. This puts me here starting with layers, but notice this interface has all kinds of other things besides just layers. I've got layouts, and those are my paper space tabs down here, equivalent to sheet models. Yeah, I've got line types, I've got materials, I've got table styles, multi-line styles, text styles. There's standard, and it uses that simplex shape file. Don't need that to be quite so big there. You can make your standard, if you want your standard to be, let's go with engineering verts. That's the PennDOT standard. And I'm not going to define a height here because I'm going to let it be variable. But notice these others like L120. That's your 1.2 height. I want to say height paper text height slash paper text height. So instead of, that actually shouldn't be 1.2, it should be 0.12. I don't know why it's set up accordingly. But actually these are in terms of tenths of an inch. So an L80 is 0.8 tenths of an inch. My L120 is at 1.2 tenths of an inch, so 0.12 inches. So these are all things that were just pre-built in that drawing template. I don't even need to use it. In fact, I rarely do. So that lets you do that. If I look at my line styles now, which I can also, if I'm choosing a particular line style definition for a particular layer, I just click that and I can do it, and I can load line styles from here, or I can just have them available by choosing line types. And now I want to add a couple here that I don't see. So I'm going to come up here and choose new item. And now I'm back in that. So I'm going to browse, and I'm going to choose this icad.lin line type definition. There's my file. I'm going to scroll down here. I'm going to find these particular ones I'm looking for called Contour and Contour 2. There's Contour and Contour 2. Now, those are like dash definitions, but the spacing is a little different as opposed to your typical dashed and dash 2. They look more like contour lines. So if I choose those and say, okay, they're now going to load in. Yeah, they're down at the bottom. I can resort by name up here. So there's contour and contour 2, and you can see a little preview of them over here. And the contour line, you can see the dash pattern there, as opposed to these dashed and dashed 2. You see them down here, this one and this one. And look at the difference between the contour and contour 2. You see the gap is not quite so big.
Hey, Ken,
Yes.
can we change the name to them, say like major contour and minor contour, or no?
Probably. Let's see. Yep. if I just call that, and I would recommend saying like contour dash mage so that it stays alphabetical, and just CONT dash MIN. So now, yes, to answer that question, you can do that, and then back in your layers. And if we come down here and we find, remember those DGN files that we had, DGN 3 and 2, here's major. I can now assign contour major and contour minor. And now when I go out here and look, and close this off, those have been redefined. Now, notice they don't show up here, okay, even though they've been redefined. Now, the reason for that has to do with a lot of things here, particularly our line type, our global line type scaling. If I select one of these lines, I see it has a line type scale of 10. And it really should have line type scales of 1. So if I select everything here, and I come up and say, I just want to use the polylines. So I pull that list down and choose polylines. I'm going to set my line type scale to 1. Okay, so now they all have a line type scale of 1. So now I can start to see the dash pattern, but look at this. See how that goes here, and there's a gap, but then it's all solid, then there's a gap. And if you look at it, see where the gaps show up are on these long segments, but everywhere these things start and stop, they don't go through it. Now, the microstation corollary to that is that corner mode of a line style, whether it runs through the corners or resets at each corner. And these are created so that they reset at each corner. So every time it hits a vertex, it restarts the line style. And that's why you hit this vertex and it goes all the way up to here. Now there's enough room to get the pattern in, so it starts to do it. Okay. Now you can change that. If you look at that particular contour line over in their properties, and if you don't have this properties up and floated, let me in fact just close that off. If I select that and I want to look at the properties, I'll right click and choose properties from the bottom of my menu. And there it is. Now that's a floatable palette. And you can drag that out and it can float over top of things. You can set it to automatic hiding so that when it's off, you hover over it, it opens up, you hover off, it goes away. It can be, you can set transparency. Just make it like that. And then so now it's here. And if I do that, you can see through it. So there's all kinds of things that you can do. I'm going to set these back to this. And I'm going to allow docking. I'm going to dock to the left. And I'm just going to keep it there. Now notice it's still auto hide. So I'm going to right click in this little strip and uncheck auto hide. So it's going to stay on all the time. The reason I do that is because I use that all the time. And I don't want to have to go over and fly it open, fly it back. I just leave it. I sacrifice the screen space and let it happen. Now, that run through corners bit is controlled by a setting on those individual lines down here at the bottom of my properties called line type generation. And right now that means displays the line type generation for the polyline. And if it says no, then that means it restarts at each corner. If I say yes, then it's going to not restart the pattern when it hits the vertex. It's going to just flow it through the corner. So that's run through corners true. Okay. Now, notice it's still rather large. And that's because there is a setting in our general drawing setup for our global line type scale. And that's called our LT scale variable. Now, if we go back to settings and choose drawing setup, remember I had a 25-foot scale, and that preset this LT scale to be 25. Now, the reason for that, there's some history involved, is that Carlson used to they used to define all of their line styles and react to changes in drawing scale as instead of using annotation scale. And this was before AutoCAD could do these patterned line styles very well. And so it would always set it to match the drawing scale. And that's why the LT scale is set to 25. But what we always, and what I usually always have to do is go back to settings, drawing setup, and no matter whatever scale I set it to. So if I set this to 100 scale, notice that's changing there. But I'm going to put this, keep it back at 25, and I'm going to change this now to 1. I want that to be a line type scale of 1. I say okay. And now when I look at that, see, those are not done. Here's the one that I did. See, so that becomes a lot closer to what I'm looking for. Now, these others, you see, they still run through all of those vertex points, those vertices, and restart the pattern. So I'm going to select all again, or I'm going to right click and choose quick select. And I'm going to select polylines, that entity type from the entire drawing. The operator, I'm going to say select all and say okay. They're now selected. Another way of doing that is to select, do a crossing, select those two, right click and say select similar. So now they're all selected. And now into the properties where it says line type generation, because I had one changed, they all used to say no. I'm going to pull this down and say yes. And so now everything is drawn as I would expect it. The major contours are a little bit larger than the minors. You could even say individually select just the minors, and you can change its individual line type scale to say 0.75 and make that a little bit smaller pattern than the major contours. Okay. So there's a number of things going on there with line type scaling. Now there's one other thing that line type scaling, if I choose, I'm going to go up to draw. I'm going to draw a 2D polyline. And I'm going to come down here at this polyline properties. I'm going to uncheck, use the current drawing properties, and I'm going to pick, and I'll pick that surface contour major layer, and my color is now set to by layer. And line type is also set to by layer, so that's fine. So now I'm going to go up here, and if I do this, see, that's as I expect. But if I keep going here and just do, see, I'm right back to where I had to, now I had to go over here and change this to line type generation as yes. Okay, now it actually flows through there. All right. So that is governed by a system variable that controls this line type generation, yes or no, for polylines that you draw, or lines, anything with a patterned line type. And that's a variable called pline gen, PLINEGEN. So that's the line type generation. And if you start P line G. You see, this will pop up and you can come over here and get a help on it. It determines whether line type used around the vertices of a polyline are continuous or dashed. The default value of 0 sets it to a dash, setting this value to 1, changes it to a continuous pattern. So that makes it flow through the patterns if it's 1. So unfortunately, that's an AutoCAD default condition of yes, make it restart at the corners. And we need to change that. So we want to type P-line gen, and we need to turn that on or make it 1. So on. So now it's on. And now if I draw a 2D polyline, I'm going to come in here and go up to here, to here, to here. And even if I go all of these little individual ones, you can see it's flowed through the corners, because now if I select it, I see, yes, it is set on because that global variable was set to be on. Now, that is a setting. That is, if I come to my settings menu and choose IntelliCAD settings, system variable editor, and if I come down here and find P-line gen right here, it tells me it's an integer, 0 to 1, or off and on, stored. It's either not stored, or it's stored in the drawing, or it's stored in the registry. Now, this is one that's stored in the drawing. So every individual drawing has that set, and it's sometimes on, sometimes off. And so we want to change it. Right now it's set to 1 because I turned it on. So that's one thing that we want to set, and we want to save that variable, if that's the way we want that to behave, in our drawing template. So when we start a new file, they're always done. Or I could start a new file, and if it's not done, I can issue the P-line gen command and set it before I start drawing polylines. Now, the reason for that, and the reason AutoCAD has it set to be not, so if I said P-line gen 0, I've turned it back off. The reason they did that was because when they did something like this, let me, can't draw a simple rectangle here. So I'm draw a rectangle. So the reason they did that is with that, and if I said P-line gen, and let's set it back on, and now let's do another one right over here beside it. See if I can get. All right, so tell me where the corners are in this file. Okay, now that one, you see where the, well, see the gap could have gone right around that corner. It didn't quite make it into the corner. This is an example. See if I can. Yeah, I can't quite get it to, anyway, you can see the idea is, and this is, AutoCAD's predilection toward architects always made them restart at the corners of their building. So their walls would always start over at the corners. And it's not well suited for us as contour makers, because the we want them we want that command to be on. So we want P-line gen to always be on. And I look at that, and yes, it's turned on. And so now it's going to just ignore the corners and just repeat the pattern based on the pattern definition. Okay. Now, there's one more, actually two more little variables that are controlling this as well. And that's what's called MS LT scale. If you remember, the LT scale was my global line type scale. If I look at that, and let's see. There we go. So this was my global LT scale, sets the scale factor you want to apply to all the line types within the current drawing. Okay, a new scale factor is 1, enter the new scale. A higher number draws more line type units, the dash dot combination, per drawing unit. So you can set that, and that sets that global scale, but there's two more variables. One's called MSLT scale, and that determines whether the line type scale in the model tab will react to the annotation scaling. Okay. If it's 0, they do not scale in relation to annotation scale. If it's 1, they will scale. Okay. And then for 2007 and earlier files, as a different defaults. So right now, that's for the model space LT scale. There's also a PS LT scale, which does the same thing, except it applies to line types that are in layout viewports under our layout tabs, our paper space tabs. And those are like referenced files inside a sheet model as to whether you scale the line types of your reference files by the annotation scale, yes or no. So we generally want our PSLT scale to be on and our MSLT scale to also be on. So now I've changed that, and if I do a regen all, right here, REA, it's going to regenerate those to react to my scaling. So at 1 inch equals 25 feet, that's what they would look like. Now, if I change the scale, I'll go up to settings, drawing setup, and I'm going to change this from 25 scale to a 100 scale drawing. I'll just say okay, and I'm going to make sure I set this LT scale back to 1, and I'll say okay. Now you notice the things are, because I would be at 100 scale, so they would be different. If I change that again, drawing setup, and let's make it a 5 scale drawing and change this back to 1. And unfortunately, we have to always do that. That's a holdover from legacy. And then I'll issue another regen all. And now you can see they're even smaller. Okay. And your text also reacts to annotation if you have annotative text. So if I were to switch to civil, for instance, I'll go to surface, contour labels. I'm going to label my contours index only. Okay, so let's do that. So let's just draw some contour labels across there. All right, so there now I've placed my text using, and if I look at that command, notice that text that sets my layer, my style. Now notice that contour label text style, that didn't exist before, but whatever is here, it will build it for me on the fly. So I can now go back to my layer manager and switch to my line types. I'm sorry, not line types, my layers. No, sorry. Text styles. I'll get there eventually. There's the one it built for me on the fly based on its default of IntelliCAD Roman Simplex. I'm going to change that to be, engineering regular, which will be the pin dot italic for existing. So there's that. And when I right click and choose GC label, right there's that text size scaler. There's that word scaler that's plotted inches. So 0.08 inches. Let's say if I made that 0.12, then if I go across here, you see they're bigger. All right. So that's at 8/10. That's at 0.12. And remember, we're at a drawing setup of 5. Now, if we were to change that settings, drawing setup, and change that back to 25 and set this back to 1, notice the patterns, and notice my text now went bigger with it. Okay. And the reason for that is because my text, that contour label, while not, it should have, I thought it would have been defined as annotative here, could have been. But even if it was not, if I select it, select just the text, I can see that it is annotative, yes. And it's got, whatever scales available to me there. If I'd said no, if it was not annotative, then it would have stayed the same size. Now, you can control that annotation setting for your text in one of two ways. It can be done by the text style, where if I go here and choose my text styles and contour label, and I say, anytime I use a contour, I want to always make it annotative. Yes, it's always on. However, it was not defined to be annotative, which is okay because in my settings, drawing setup, I'm sorry, settings, Carlson configure, general settings, down here at the bottom, I said use annotative scale. That means anytime I'm using text, I want to react to that changing of the scale. So if that were unchecked, those text heights would have stayed the same because the text style was defined as not annotative. Even if, though, if I had unchecked this use annotative scale, if my text style was defined to be annotative, then it would have reacted. It would have overridden this setting to control that setting. Okay. Now, let me go back to that label. I'll set that accordingly now, and I'll go through and set those up. Now, notice it looks like the contour line runs up to the edge and stops. But you see, it actually does go right through the text. And the reason for that is there is a wipeout that gets created with that label, and it's grouped with that text. So if I select that, you see I've got two things up here in my group. I've got text and a wipeout. That wipeout is the same as using text with background enabled in MicroStation. So typically we would set our wipeout frame off. Let's see. I'd set my wipeout frame back to be off so I don't see them. Now, the reason why it got created was when I ran this command, group contour label, I said down here at the bottom, hide the drawing under the labels. I could have said break the contour at the labels, and it would have physically broken the contour line and taken that gap out, or I could have put them on a different layer and frozen and thawed the layer if I needed, but I'm going to just hide it underneath there. So now it's hidden, it's under that wipeout. And now let's go back and change my settings from 25, let's make it 10 this time. And we'll set the line type scale back to 1. And now you can see that's there, but now the wipeout frame doesn't get reset. Okay, it's based on where it was before. All right, so no big deals there. All right, so I'm going to go back to my drawing setup and set that back now to 25. Set this to 1. All right, so now they're hidden, the contours underneath it. And here's why we do that. Hide under the contour line, because once you've labeled contours, you can go to your surface menu, contour labels, and move the label along the contour. And when you do that, it asks you to pick a label. So there's a label, and you can choose either one of these, and it moves the whole thing. And notice it just walks the contour line. So if I put it here, for instance, it's there. If I move it up to, let's put it over here, and you see, and it always rotates so it's readable on the screen in the right direction. So if I put it here, it wasn't enough to flip it. But you see the idea. And so when I move these things and let them walk the contours, it moves that wipeout with it. So it looks like the contour line got broken underneath it, even though it still goes through. You can see it, it's defined there, but it's underneath that wipeout. Now, if you're ever doing labeling that has wipeouts behind them, or you can use symbols that have wipeouts, like property corners, you can set to be a circle that has a wipeout included inside the circle, and it'll hide the corners of the lines that intersect and looks like, what we used to trim to the edges of the circles. But it keeps the lines intact. And so, but sometimes you'll get a situation where this will be, now look at that, you see the contour line is actually showing up, running right through the text. But we knew that we had the wipeout drawn with it. And that's a matter of drawing order. And if I select that text now, and then right click and choose draw order, I want to bring that to the front. So that brings that over this contour line so that it's hidden underneath it. Now it doesn't do anything. It doesn't change the elevation of it. Like in a 3D MicroStation file, you have to actually change the elevation. This is like setting the priority on drawn elements. So you have certain things with certain priorities that'll be higher, so they draw later, so that they're over top of what you see. There's also one in MicroStation you can bring to front. You can't choose the other, like go backwards or go to back. You have to do it just to the front. So anyway, that's a little bit about that and how the scaling, your line style scaling reacts to that. Now notice down here at the bottom of my status bar, I've got this little guy right here. That's my annotation scales. If you don't see that, right click in the blank spot of the status bar and come up here, and these are the things you want to see down on the status bar. And so I want to see that annotation scales list down there and these annotation all visible, annotation auto scale. Okay, so they're there now. And those are these two icons here. There's the visibility on and off. There's the automatic on and off. And there's the scaling. And if I click that or double click it, in AutoCAD, it'd be a single click. I can double click it and I can change the scaling now. Let's go back and make that 100 scale. So you see, I've changed the annotation scaling. And so now everything's bigger because it's like I'm plotting it at a smaller scale. But if I go back to my settings drawing setup, I'm still sitting at a horizontal scale of 25. So in this instance, I've changed this. It did not change the drawing scale. But if I go to drawing setup, and let's make that instead of 25, let's make it 20. Set my LT scale to 1. Notice down here at the status bar, it did set that to 20. Okay. So now at a 20 scale, there's my text. Everything's all nice and hunky-dory. Let me see if I can get that text to flip. I think if I choose to write there. Yeah, see how it flipped it around for readability? So that's a nice little thing about those labels. They can just walk the contour line and reposition, re-rotate if it needs to. All right, so changing our drawing setup here is going to affect our annotation scaling. If we change the annotation scaling here, it does not change the drawing scaling. In the 2026 version, that has changed. Now it's two-way. But right now, if I go to settings, Carlson configure, general settings, and I look down here, use annotation scale, I've got turned on to set the annotative scaling to the drawing scale. So when I change up here settings drawing setup, change that drawing scale, that's going to change it down here as my current annotation scaling. I don't have the checkbox that says go back the other way like 2026 has now. Okay. So that's sort of some things that you sort of want to be aware of. Those some variables that store in the drawing that you need to set in your drawing template. If it's something you want to have always on, you're tired of resetting those settings all the time. You always want to set, that P-line gen to always be on. Set it and save it into a drawing template, or open up the drawing template if it already exists. Issue the command to change the P-line gen, turn it on, and then resave the drawing template. Okay. So again, just certain variables are global. They'll store in the registry and they'll stay there until you change them, depending on, or regardless of what drawing you have open. Some things follow the drawing and you have to just be aware of how those work. Things that follow the drawing, if you want them to be one way all the time, put them in the drawing template. If they store in the registry, all you need to do is set it once and forget it. Just walk away from it and it's always there. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a little 15-minute mid-afternoon break.
Back at 2:45.
That's when we'll be back. And
Sounds good. Thank you.
all right, sir. Now, one thing, when we do come back, we're going to go into these configuration settings and really take a hard look at those settings that you need to be aware of. There's certain things that you need to know if they're in play what they affect and how they affect things, because it has a profound effect on certain things, and a lot of people are not even ever aware of it. All right, so we'll pick that up back at 2:45.
All right, thanks.
You
I
bet.
do want to say that I do have to leave a little bit early. So if I don't see you, I will see you tomorrow then.
Or like you might have to leave now. You mean before
I might have to leave at the break, yes.
at 2:45?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All righty. Well, again, it'll be in the recording, and we'll go over some of the settings, and it's basically just what we need to be aware of when we're working through this stuff. Okay. So anyway, with that, I'll see you tomorrow then if I don't see you back.
All right, see you.
You bet.
And
Yes,
so I'm thinking with the
and now, so what we're going to look at are some settings, and we're going to do this pretty quickly, and we'll learn a few commands along the way as we do it. When we let's go to the settings menu and choose Carlson configure. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on here. And this is where you set the overall behavior of the software in its general. And again, you can save and load these settings up so that they're accessible. You can put them on a network and have everybody load them up so that all the machines are going to match. That's something I would recommend that you do, because these settings, in particular the object linking, is going to have an effect on things that are created. But let's step through these pretty quickly. We've got, I'm going to start down here at the bottom right, this localization settings. This is not, for those of you who are surveyors, this is not localizing your GPS. This is where you can change your various locations of your of the software, and you can set to like a different language, or you can set to a different category type, set different a metric default and an English default values, and different things that you can set up to make this more site specific. Okay, so that's all I'll say about that. That's not your surveying equipment localization. That's done on your equipment as something separate. Okay. Your takeoff and site net settings will have no effect really for you with what you're going to be doing. It's just controlling some things about some surface modeling that you're going to have other places where you're going to be controlling them. These are if you're doing them with a particular site net set of tools under civil. Okay. The mining settings and mine note settings you can completely ignore. Hydrology, you can also completely ignore, but what that does is basically set up whether you compute slope distance or horizontal distance, if you go center to center of the structure or the wall to wall of the structure. So it takes into effect the diameters of manholes and catch basins and such like that. All right, again, nothing that you need to worry about on that. Section and profile settings, when you're doing computing sight distance and such like that, that sets your eye height. So it's the height above the pavement when you're driving in a car, the object height of something in the road that you might need to be able to see. And this vertical curve drawing resolution is basically a chording factor that sets the number of chords that it uses to create parabolic curves, because AutoCAD can't create a true parabolic curve. They can only do arc segments and circles, and now they can also do ellipses, but it does that by separate ways. They ought to be able to do parabolics, but they don't. So anyway, it's just a chording factor of how tight. So if you notice in your drawn profiles, for instance, if they're too sort of segmented looking, you can make that a little higher number. Okay, and then whether you use this crest sight distance formula, the same for the SAG, et cetera, et cetera. Station type, typically 1 + 0, 0. So your defaults are all okay with that one. Okay. Now we've got the surface settings, and this has to do when we create our surfaces. And this upper part here in the top is when we are creating grids. Typically, when we're using a gridding algorithm, it's when you set on a particular point. Now, this is usually done for like the mining software where you have drill holes, and it looks how far away it can search for another drill hole data and how many samples it's going to find and how many it can do in each quadrant, northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest. The same thing here. So again, not really applying to us. And you can specify your grid resolutions as either a number of cells in the X and Y directions or the dimensions of each cell. Again, that's for gridding. That's for modeling surfaces based on a rectangular grid layout. We don't typically do gridding in our type work. We're going to do triangulation. So we're going to not worry about that part up there. We will draw a contour maximum number of rechecks for crossings. That if you have contour smoothing turned on, it checks them to see if they cross. The default's fine with that. Save grids using binary. Again, doesn't matter. We're not using griddings. And you can simplify difference tens. In other words, what we use to calculate earthwork to reduce size. No real need to do that with our modern equipment. But the ones that we do want to make sure we have on are these 3 items down here. And this lets us track edits that we make to those surface files and reapply them later in case something updates and we don't want to lose those edits. So we can track those as well. So to have those 3 checked on down there, everything else doesn't really matter. And we'll say okay. Now the survey settings right here, and by default, your CG survey menu, is that sitting on compact for you guys?
Yes.
Okay. Pull that down and choose none. And what that does is it's going to take away a menu out of your survey menus. And I'm in my civil menu set, so you don't see it up there anyway. But that is based on a bit of legacy because Carlson bought the old Cowherd and Goodman survey, the CNG survey software company, so that they could get their network least squares adjustment algorithm. So they just bought the whole company and they had a lot of users out there in the world. And so to accommodate that, they made the CNG software actually completely and totally self-contained within Carlson software. You could run everything like you always did in CNG software from within Carlson. And that just gave them access to that set of commands. So you don't need it with what we're doing. Now, here's your initial traverse or side shot angle mode. It can always be angle right. It can be prompted. It can be by azimuth, your choice on that. This show, occupy, and backside points on the status bar doesn't really work all the time in the IntelliCAD version. And it's spotty in the AutoCAD version. And all that does is down here in the lower right on the status bar, it tells you what the occupied and backside points are. But we're going to, and you can just leave it off if you'd like, because there's a real easy way to know where you're sitting, where you're looking, is you just run a quick inverse, start at the backside, go to the occupied point, and that now sets you currently there. And you can traverse from there or set side shots from there. So if you lose track of where you are, just do a real quick inverse again, and that resets it. Now, if you turn the automatic raw file on, that means any Kogo commands that you issue from that Kogo menu, any locate commands, they're going to get recorded just as if it were in a data collector and you were out there occupied point, backside point, turn an angle, go a distance to these other points that you create. And that basically leaves you with a file that you can edit later on. So if you made a mistake putting in a number, you don't have to go back and try to figure out where it was and all of that. You can just go right into that file and do it. Now it's set right now to not be on, but when you're running Kogo commands, as you start to run that, you can turn those on from that location. You don't have to do it here as automatically on. You can if you'd like, but I generally like to leave that up to me when I'm running the command. Automatic line on means it automatically will draw lines between traverse stations, but not to side shop points. So you could do that, you know, again, if you traverse and do a lot of things like that, it will draw those lines for you. Now this next guy, automatic point object snap on, I would leave that on because it's a different type of snapping that allows it to always go to the exact center of the point. And you don't have to try to dial in and make sure you've got node snap turned on and grab the point and worry about maybe accidentally getting the corner of a point symbol instead. So that will let you just point to any part of the point, a label, anything, and it'll go to the point center. Now, the next one, automatic compare drawing points with coordinate file when you start up a drawing. So your drawings can contain Carlson points. And Carlson points are simply AutoCAD points paired up with an optional symbol, which is a block, and another block of attributes, or tags and cells if you wish, that contain the point number, the elevation, and the description. All three of those get put together as a grouped object. And but it's entirely possible to have Carlson points in your drawing that you don't have in your coordinate file. And you can have it automatically check to see. And if they're not, it'll give you a warning and tell you that they're in there or not. And you can choose to synchronize it at that point if you'd like. I generally don't. I keep track of mine pretty religiously, but you can do that. You can also automatically check Carlson Community for any missing symbols. So you might have drawing points that come in with set with a particular symbol that you don't have in your symbol library. And if you don't, you can have it automatically go out and check this thing called Carlson Community, which is an online kind of free account thing where you can pull down those missing symbols that somebody else may have used. And then enable the transparent point commands. Those are things like in the middle of doing a command, like drawing lines or whatever. If I go, you know, click, 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 and I'm at this point, and now I want to set my next point to be, let's say, the bearing intersection of two other pieces of line work. Well, I don't have to stop the command, compute the point, locate it, and then go back to and redraw and connect them up. I can, right in the middle of doing that, I can stop and do a bearing intersection or a distance bearing, whatever, station and offset. And those are through these tools that you see over here on the right. And so that just enables those to happen. Land desktop fieldbook codes you don't need to worry about, but that's where you can set these up from past land desktop things. Okay. So that's all we need to do on our survey settings. And then we got some startups in. We've already seen that project and data folders. That was that project folder, drawing folder stuff. The startup settings, this is what happens when you start the software. It's going to use a particular default template, and you can set that. Again, you would have one in your current template location, whichever one you want it to always start with, say an AWK Carlson template, or you might have one that says for curb cuts or you know, whatever that you might set up as a template to start with. Where it's going to start by default. Again, remember, it's pointed me to that C Carlson projects. That was my starting location. Again, point that to wherever you want it. I would leave the profile name alone. That's the installed profile when you install the software. And then the command switch here says suppress the IntelliCAD logo when you start up, and you can skip the Carlson splash screen if you want as well. Okay. So, and again, I just leave mine set like that, and I can browse to a different file when I start up a drawing. Okay, now the drawing setup button above that one. This is where you can tell it to start with. I'm going to use English 1 inch equals and what units, either international feet or US survey feet. And again, that's pretty important. Those of you who are surveyors understand that difference. And that is getting ready to change. In fact, it was supposed to be this year that the NGS switched over to international feet. I'm not sure if that actually happened, but there's so much legacy work out there done in US survey feet that we're going to probably keep using that for the foreseeable future. And that's just based on the different definition. US survey feet is based on there being 39.37 inches per meter, whereas the international foot is based on there being 2.54 centimeters per inch. And it works out to be a difference at about the 8th decimal place in converted distances. And it doesn't really have much effect on a local level, but if you're using these large coordinates like we do in state plane, sometimes that can be a significant difference. So make sure you match whatever it is your data is sourced in. And here's my horizontal scale. There's my starting scale, a vertical scale for profile exaggerations, symbol size, text size. Again, those are those plotted inches, my line type scaler, and a symbol name. I just hit the set button and I can choose from these different categories, points with wipeouts, trees. And I think I've got mine set to this little plus mark SPT9. And again, there's that Carlson community that I talked about earlier where you can actually connect to you can get these different, objects, animals, appliances, dishwasher, ovens, the whole thing. It's a, sort of a user-based community that you can get that stuff from. All right. And let's see. Back over to the right in the upper part, these attribute layout IDs, there's 0 through 9, and you see a little preview right here for number 2. And if you look at that, it's the point number, the elevation, and the description. And that's the way it's going to load up. And the point would be over here to the left of the elevation label. That's the center of the point. And the label is set there. I think your default is like 1, which means the point number is centered over the point. The elevation label is off to the right of the point, and the description label will be centered underneath the point. They show left justified, but that's just a little preview, but that's the different options. And you can see the different, like there's the elevation kicked up at a 45-degree angle, like you see on spot elevations on some maps. You got some where it changes the order, puts the description in the middle, elevation underneath, and all that. Again, I just like my default to be 2. And I'm going to turn on that I want to use descriptions, I want to use elevations, I want to put it on the real Z axis. I want to put the point at the elevation that the point is. You don't have to, but I like to make sure they're there. And I'll label those at 0 elevations, even if they're zeros. Otherwise, if they have no elevation, that elevation doesn't get labeled. Angle format, again, bearing, azimuth, gons or other gons are nothing more than what we call grads or gradients. It's just a different word for that they use, I think, in some European countries. And I'm going to use point numbers and automatic point numbering, so it automatically increments my point numbers. Now, my point numbers can have letters in them. They will increment, and if I end with a letter, say A, the next one will be B, then C, and all of that, but it just allows it to automatically up the numbers. Then my vertical angle mode, again, for calculating COGO calculations and such like that, I'm going to say no vertical angle. Or you can say, when I have a vertical angle of 0, that means it's level. If I have it at 90, then that means it's level. Okay, so I'll just use that as none. And now my drawing setup source on startup, again, we're going to start with a template, but I'm also saying use this configuration. So it's going to open the template. And even if the template has a different scale, it's going to use this configuration to set the scaling. If I just do this, it's going to read all of this stuff from the template. So I'm going to take this as my configuration. And finally, down here on my coordinate system, a grid system or a local system. If I'm just doing local coordinates or a grid system, I'm going to use a predefined. I'm going to define that projection. I'm now my NAD 83 2011 adjustment, Pennsylvania North. Here in Pittsburgh, I would set that to south, of course, or whatever you want that to be. And again, all of that's changeable as you get things set up. This is just setting up my defaults. Okay, now, the biggie that we need to talk about here is this general settings. Now, I'm going to leave this up here and let you match what you see, with one exception. I'm going to turn this off. Make sure you do not have use software rendering on. I do, because I'm running Windows on a Macintosh computer, and it's actually running through an emulator. It's not a Windows computer, so I don't have access to the graphic hardware. So I have to do my rendering using software. You will not have that issue. You're running Windows software directly on Windows supported hardware. You can use software render, or you don't need to use software rendering. So match that as you see. And these annotative scale prefix and suffix, this is an quote mark, space, equal sign, space. And then the suffix is a foot mark. So that means that when it creates these scales, that's why you see this 1 inch equals 1 foot, 10 feet, 100 feet, 20 feet. Whereas, some before that are built in, you might see 1:20, 1:50. And those are all fine. I just prefer to use the 1 inch equal, so I know what I'm dealing with exactly. Okay. So that's that. It's a quote, space, equals, space, and then a single quote by itself. I'll leave that up there and let you get everything set. Let me know when you got them.
I'm done, Ken.
Okay, Chuck's in.
I'm ready.
Chris is good.
Don't wait for me. I'm just watching.
Okay. Dave may be you're still setting, or maybe he's busy on something on the side. I don't know for sure. But you are muted, Dave, in case I can't remember who had the mic switch.
Yeah, he's working on it right now, Ken.
Oh, okay. I'm not trying to rush you. I just want to make sure you're not sitting there saying yes and you don't realize you're muted.
Yeah, I took a screenshot of that too to print it out on the printer.
Okay, good.
I'll just use your.
Yeah, he's just going to use the print I got, the copy.
Okay,
All right, thanks, Ken.
good deal. All right, so we'll go. I'm going to turn my software rendering back on. Now, what we've got here Right here is the upper, very first one is to use the startup wizard. That's the only place to turn that on in case when you run through before you've checked that box that says skip startup wizard next time. This is where you can turn it back on if you want to. Saving the drawing INI files, that saves a file in the old Windows INI format. It's just a text file, but it lists all of the dependencies of things that you've done. For instance, if I go back to, let's set this back up and look. All right, is my grading design complete? Let me find the INI. So if I look at that file, see, this shows you a bunch of dependencies. Like there's a centerline file, was Main Street centerline. Here was a coordinate file, which is called grading design CRD. So these are all of the files that got used and some of the settings that were used associated with that drawing. And it's just a running file. It starts at the bottom, goes up to the top as the newest. And this is a way that you can go back in case you're sharing this information with somebody else and they're missing some of these files, that you can tell it. You can go back and look at this and, oh, I need to send you this phase 6 original ground 10 file. Okay, so that's really all that's intended to do. And so it's something nice to have there. Now, the ignore zero elevations is for your surface computations, and you can also set that when you're doing surface computations. But if you turn it on by default, then it's always going to be set on. So that works where we are. If we're down, say, in the low country in South Carolina, we have to be a little careful about that because we could have legitimate zero elevation points that we do want to use. This dynamic view twist angle, dimension scale, AutoCAD units set to the drawing scale, point display size to symbol size, insert units, etc. Those are all just some generalized CAD system variable linking. Enable the file selection graphic preview. That was that little preview that you saw in my Carlson file dialogues down in the lower right-hand corner. The dialog for selection set filters. That's if you're selecting objects and you choose to use the filtering, it brings up a dialog box. Use annotative scale means to have that stuff when I create these texts like these labels on my contours. Even though my text was not defined to be annotative, it created them and set them to be annotated because I said use annotative scaling. So that turns that on. Then there's your, when you set the annotated to the drawing scale, that's when I go up here and change my drawing setup scale. It comes down here to the bottom and sets that annotation scaling. All right, so that's that. These are just some reporting informations up here. Digitizers, we're not using digitizers much anymore today. Just use a mouse. Otherwise, if you don't have that checked, there are a few commands that are looking for digitizers that are going to go out and try to turn that on. So the coordinate file format, we're going to use Carlson alphanumeric. Now there is a Carlson SQLite or a SQLite, what they call. That's an actual database format that allows GIS data to be stored directly in the Carlson point file. It's no different from this other one, other than it allows that to happen and it stores it in the database instead of the point file. Now you can still associate GIS data with points, but if you don't have that chosen, then all it does is it links up a file name called the same name as your coordinate file .gis, and it ties those point to point. Okay. And there's your old Cowherd and Goodman options as well. These object linkings we're going to come back to last. We'll talk about. And removing arcs. This is basically the stroking definition for converting arcs, which are 2D, into 3D data, is to how you replace an arc, a true circular arc, with the chorded definition. And the maximum offset means the distance away from the curve, the original curve, that you're going to allow the arc to be at its most extreme deviation. So it puts chords all along the arc. So the endpoints are right on the arc. The midpoint of the chord is the furthest away. That's the middle ordinate of that arc segment. And that's the amount that you want to use. Now, I don't know what the default value is. It used to be something ridiculously small, like 0.0001. And what that did was it made way too many segments along that arc, which is okay. It made it look as circular, a lot more circular. But the problem is that every one of those points of each of those chords along those arcs become corners of triangles. And so you're going to get unnecessarily large numbers of triangles around those curved data. Make it too large, and it's too far away from the original arc. And particularly if you're using machine guidance to grade these things out, you're not going to get what looks like a circular arc. You're going to get those, say if that was like 5 feet, you let 5 feet be the distance around that curve where it puts the chords in. So make that something reasonable. 2/100ths is what I found to be a good number. The chord length is the same kind of thing, is how long of a chord do you want going around those arcs? And if you choose the reduction method, I prefer to use this maximum offset. So that's not sensitive to the tightness of the curve or the degree of curve, whereas the chord length will be, a nice flat, long 2,000 foot radius curve. A chord length of half a foot is still pretty darn tight to that curve. But if that curve's only, 5 feet in radius, then it puts, every 6 inches it draws a curve. You're going to deviate from that curve a little bit more than you may intend. So I can just visualize this maximum offset the best, and that to me is the best approach. Now, linking points. We're going to talk about these object linkings. Linking points with coordinate files, linking line work with points, labels with line work with center lines, grouping the point entities. And again, that point entity is a Carlson point is a CAD point combined with a graphic symbol combined with a attribute block, which is the labels. So it groups all those things together. And then maintain the coordinate history file. You can turn that on, and that again lets you dial back any changes you've made to coordinates based on that running history without having to undo things you've drawn in the drawing in between. So it keeps the drawing changes, but undoes the coordinate history. All right, now with all of these on, and here's the way linking works. When we go to create things like points, line work, labels, it responds to whatever this linking is set at the time you create that object. So if this linking is on and I've linked labels with line work, if I move the line, if I change the line, it's going to erase the old label and recompute and redraw the label to the new position of that line automatically. If that is off when I do that, then it doesn't link it. I had to go back and re-annotate the line work, for instance. Okay, no matter if I had it off when I created it or somebody else in the office created it, and then I have it turned on, I may be expecting it to automatically update and it doesn't. So here's why this is important. I was teaching a surveying company, a rather large company down in Charlotte. This is several years back. And this was before Carlson has now improved this point linking with coordinate file to where they warn you regardless of what this is set to be. So one of the practices that people had, some of the people in the office, they get a bunch of points in and they start computing property corners and they start drawing those corners in their line work. Okay. Then they're zooming in around those corners. They want to look at stuff. And so maybe some of those points are in the way a little bit. And so they just grab the points and scoot them out of the way just a little bit to clear up enough, visual reference because they were thinking, well, that's okay because my points are safe in my coordinate file. I'll just go back and redraw the points when I'm done. All right, so that's okay. He's working on that. That's his understanding. But the problem is, what would happen is if you moved a point in the drawing with a CAD move, just select it and move it. It would if it's on, it automatically updates the coordinate file location. If it was off, it wouldn't. It would allow the point to be moved in the drawing, but not change the coordinate file. And that's the way that one guy was doing it. Somebody else working on the same file in that office was thinking that they are linked. And so, he didn't know. So I was explaining that, and the survey manager said, oh, okay, everybody get up from the training room and go back to your office and tell me what yours is set to. And so they go back and they come back in and some of them had it set on, some of them had it set off. And he goes, wow, that explains the last two lawsuits they had because some people were moving the corners that they used to compute the actual property corner and it wasn't what they intended to do. So they wound up getting in trouble with that. But now, like I said, they've improved it to where they will warn you anytime it moves that you're now out of sync, regardless of what it's set to. But now, so that's how that works. And again, this works as to whatever this is set on at the time you create the entity. So linking line work with points, if you have a bunch of points in your drawing and you start drawing lines and you use point numbers or go to those points, then if that point moves, the line goes with it. The vertex of that line work will follow that point. If it's not on, even though you've drawn the line work through the point numbers, if you move the point, the line stays where it was. It won't follow. So again, it's whatever is set at the time it was created, then you have to make sure they're the same. My recommendation for all this, by the way, is I like to have them all on. You may not, particularly if you're doing property annotations, this next one linking labels with line work. You may get your property all set and you put labels on it and maybe you set that text to be something to match the deed distances and or bearings. And then if you slightly move the line work around, you don't want it to recompute and redisplay and then have to go back and change it again. So you might want that one unchecked. It's up to you how that, fits your workflow. But I would recommend that whatever you decide is the best approach, when you save these settings, put them out on the network and make sure everybody loads them up so that they all match across the office. Okay. And then linking line work with center lines does the same thing as if you create a center line out of some line work. And then if you change the line work in the drawing, just grip edit the lines in the drawing, it will automatically change the center line file. Same thing, if you edit the center line file, it will go back and redraw the line work based on what you've changed in the center line file. Now we're going to take a look at what some of these things will do here as soon as we're done. So I'm going to say, okay, and I'm going to say exit. And now I've got all my linking on. It says, okay, you made some drawing setup changes. Do you want to apply those to this drawing and future drawings or only future drawings? So I'm going to say just future only. I'll leave whatever I had here. All right, so let's draw well, in fact, better that. I'm going to just select everything and delete it. And I'm going to open up a coordinate file. I'm going to set my point file, set a coordinate file to a different file. So I'm going to make sure I'm on existing, and I'm going to choose exercise 1. Now this corresponds to this right here, this exercise points. Okay, so I'm going to open up this particular file. And if you're curious about, and go back a page or two here, these points and point groups, I'm going to leave some of that to your own study here. That tells you basically, you know that there are vertex points along line work, but they're not really, there are no points associated with those, just the line work itself. Now those points get used to compute surfaces, but there's no points there until you specifically set a point. And there's your, you know what a Carlson point is. There's a CAD point, and then here's the group of, there's a CAD point buried under that symbol. There's a symbol, and then there's the attribute. Okay, and it shows you some different things. So I'll let you read that on your own. But the key thing that we use with points is, if you look up here as to what good are these points, there's a lot of commands. Like if you're drawing a polyline, you can just draw with the P-line command, or and snap to points. Or if you use Carlson's version of drawing a polyline, it will ask you pick a point or point number. And so you can use point numbers, including ranges like 5 through 13, 21 through 25, 30, 35. And you can actually put this in as a complete sequence in response to that. And it goes to 0.5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 to 21, 22, 24, 25 to 30 to 35, all in one step. Okay, so that that gives us that functionality. Anytime we're dealing with a Carlson creation command and it prompts you to pick a point or point number, when you see that, you can just use the point number and respond to the prompts accordingly. Okay, so
Ken, question real quick.
yes.
When our guys do cross sections on roadways, they'll go across the road, go up 50 feet, come back across the road. So the numbers won't be, sequential as in 1, 2, 3. It could
Yeah.
be. So I saw there that it separated 30 and 35 with a comma. So if you're going to have, say, the edge of road and it goes 0.1, 0.5, 0.9, 0.13, if you just put in all that, it'll just connect those point numbers.
Correct. The dash makes it use all the intermittent points, and the commas will separate between them.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So let's open the file. We'll go to the points menu and set a point file. We'll go to existing, and we're going to set exercise 1 coordinates. So now that we've done that, there's nothing in our drawing yet. If we go to the points menu and pull down list points, and I'll choose all and hit OK. These are the points I've got. Now, they're at some just arbitrary coordinates. They're not at state plane. But I've got 22 points in my drawing, and it gives me a little bit min, max, number of points listed, all of that. Now, another nice thing about this little report viewer is you've got this little thing here you can output to the screen, and just pick a point. And then when you exit, that's actually, and you can set the text. It's just M text is all it is. If you double click it, you can set your fonts, change this, change the headings, edit the labels and all that. But that's true of any of the reports. If I, do an alignment report, I can plop that in my drawing if I need it. So that's just keep that available, in your back pocket. That's something nice you can do with reports. Now, so I've got the points in my file, in my coordinate file. They're not in my drawing yet. So I'm going to go to the points menu and let's take a look at our point defaults for right now. And I've got descriptions, elevations are turned on, dialog prompt. So if I'm creating a point, it's going to pop up a little dialog and prompt me for the description, elevation, such, prefix, all of these different things you can do. These were set in my other settings. Locate on the real Z and use point numbers, automatic point numbers, starting point number 23. That's my last or my first free point. So it's going to start there. It's going to put them on a particular layer. Vertical angle, separate layers for the different attributes and all that. We'll just say none for now. Draw the point nodes. That's the actual CAD point. And then I'm going to uncheck this auto zoom center for new points. You can do that if you want, and it shifts you around to wherever the new point gets drawn, centered in the screen. That makes me a little seasick. And then I'm going to also use annotated points. So the point labels are now also going to automatically change their size as my drawing scale changes. You can mask the attributes, or you can use field to finish for the point styles, the symbols of the points and all that. We'll leave that off for now. I'll also link it to a GIS file. So I've just got these set up as my defaults. Say OK. And now if I go to points, and I'm going to draw / locate points. Now it's a combined command. It means to draw from the coordinate file or create. And I can do that by entering the sign, or I can screen pick a location, pick corners of existing things, etc. So now here's my defaults. There's my symbol. And again, I can set based on whatever I might choose. And there's all kinds of different points and point categories available here. You can see the different things, inlets and manholes, for instance, all kinds of really neat choices for you. Okay. And again, that's just picking blocks out of a block library. All right, so I'm going to use descriptions, elevations, use plus or minus. That's if it's a positive elevation, I'm not going to use a plus, but if it's a negative elevation, I will use the negative sign. I'll label zeros. I'll put them on the real Z axis. My integers, I'm going to put all the integers on. These are the number of, like if I had elevations of everything was 7,000 something or other, I may only want to put down the first 3 and then have a note that says all elevations are plus 7,000 feet, but I'm just going to leave it as all. And the number of decimals that you want to apply to what gets drawn. It doesn't round up the values, it leaves them accordingly. Use the point number, automatic numbering. You can set your descriptions to a particular, just a wild card. And if you have any duplicates, how do you want to handle that? Allow them, erase and redraw, or draw only the new ones. So I'm just going to erase and redraw. You can have it automatically fix any attributes that overlap each other. I'll just leave it now. And there's my symbol size scalar, 0.12, my text size scalar, 0.12. And remember, that's reading that from my drawing setup, where I changed that to be that 3 size. Okay. You can have it put it on a layer based on the description. You can prefix that layer or give it a layer name. We'll just take that default as points. And now I'm just going to say draw all. So it's going to draw all the points into the drawing. It says drawing points down here. And now it says points drawn 22. Now I don't see them because it drew them off at wherever the coordinates were. So I'm going to double click the wheel on the mouse so that I zoom extents. And then I can zoom in down here. There's point 22. Now I see none of these have any descriptions. I've only got point numbers. See, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No descriptions. And that was, if you go back to points, list points, you can see that the descriptions are all empty. Okay, if they had descriptions, you would see them. In fact, you can double click a point and then edit. You can change symbol, notes, GIS if you're using that file. You can tag up a picture with that symbol, tell it how many decimals to show in the editor. And so with this particular point one, I may call this a description of control-1. Okay, now when I do that, it's in my drawing. It's not in the coordinate file. Okay. And I can tell that by list points. See, it's still empty. If, however, I put it in here and I wanted to match it, doesn't have to match. But now when I see it, you see it's there. And if I list my points, I now have the description for point one. Okay. And you can do that on all kinds of things down here on the edit points and all kinds of things here. There's a lot of control. Point utilities, coordinate file utilities. I can do description for points. You know, set your range, replace, add a prefix, all kinds of things that you can do with those edits. All right. We'll talk about those later.
Hey,
Now,
Ken,
yes.
can you list the points one more time? Northern easting elevation description. Our guys will always have a code in there that would initiate line work for ORD or whatever program we're going to draw in.
Yep. And that's going to be your description.
Okay. Can Carlson automatically do line work for us with starts and stops?
Absolutely. That's called field to finish processing.
Okay.
Okay. So, and again, I would say when you do that kind of stuff from your point files for a PennDOT job and you're doing it, I would say stick with that workflow because you know it and you know, you get those in. But if you want to bring them in, and in fact, you can even do those in a DGN file and then go to that DGN file and bring them over if you want. But you can certainly have it do that based on those descriptions, and that's field to finish. And we'll get a chance to look at that tomorrow, at least on an introductory or Tuesday on an introductory level. Now, one thing you notice, you look at that text and it is sort of an ugly looking text. It's that squared off stuff back from the days when we used pen plotters and they had to draw this stuff fast and they couldn't, you know, make them nice and round and smooth. So what's happened is the first time you draw a point, if you don't have a particular text style predefined in your drawing, or in other words, in the drawing template, then it's going to create that style automatically for you. And that's, I'm going to go back to my layer control. And I'm going to come down here to my text styles. And remember that contour label that I built? Well, it also built this one called PTXT. It also built one called Mono. That's when I dropped that report into the drawing. And so here's now my point text style. And maybe I'm going to want to set that to a nice looking, I like this Calibri light. And then now you see they look like a little better control over what they look like. So again, just a matter of what you might want to preset. Because a lot of times if you wind up delivering files and you want to like freeze the point numbers and elevations, but keep the descriptions, you don't want to turn into a client those little squared off looking pieces of text. So that's where you would change that is with that text style. Okay, now here is where a couple of things are going to happen. Let's draw a polyline. Let's just use the standard old draw. come down here toward the bottom where it says polyline and just use a standard polyline. Now, this is going to run the AutoCAD P-line command. Okay. And it says enter to use the last point or follow another one or start of a polyline. Maybe I'm going to start out here and I'll go out here. Now notice I'm on this layer, existing miscellaneous points for whatever reason, using contour major line type. Well, okay. So now if I want to go to point 1 next, I have to snap up here. I can either snap to the node if I have the node, no, that's the midpoint, but see, I run the risk if I'm zoomed out here, if I just sort of grab there, you see how it went to the end point of the symbol? Well, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to go to the actual point. And so that's my snapping that I've got up here on the toolbar or down here on the status bar where it says Entity Snap Settings. If I right click that and choose Settings, I could turn on this node point so it would grab the point in the middle, but I also still have these up here still on, so that could still run the risk of missing the point. So to get to the point itself, notice if I hover the mouse over one of these labels, you see that little circle that pops up and a little piece of information says it's point 1, here's your coordinates, here's your description, and there's a coordinate file it came from. That is that automatic point snapping that we set back in the survey settings. So I'll snap to that as point 1. I'll go to 2, to 3, and then maybe do a couple of more, and then maybe conclude with 5, and then hit enter to finish. All right, so now I've drawn a polyline. If I select it and I see the grips have the corner grips as squares, the midline grips are little dashes, that tells me it's a 2D, a 2D polyline, so it did not go to elevations. In fact, if I hold the shift key and press and hold the wheel on the mouse and zoom it up, I can see I didn't get to the elevations. I'm just at the XY location. I'm going to come back over and hit this top in my little icon in the right upper corner. So I've gone to that as a 2D polyline along those points and it snapped to it. Now, because I did the points, watch what happens. If I select that point and I just grab that and bring it down here. See, update coordinate file? Yep, I'll do that. And so now it moved there. And even if I do a regen all, it didn't follow, even though Carlson Configure said link line work with points. And the reason for that is because this was done with a CAD command, with the P-line command. So I'm going to erase that. And this time I'm going to choose Carlson's draw command, draw 2D polyline. And I'm going to just say you keep those same current properties. I'm going to say, okay. I'll just do a couple of things here. And now notice the prompt at the bottom. It says pick a point or point numbers. Now I can pick a point 1, pick a point 2, and then I could say 3-5. And then I could say, let's say 10 to 15. So if I say 10, enter, 15, enter. 15 is the wrong one. I did want that. I'm going to take that back and make that 13. I'll just go to 13. And then let's say if I go 15-17, comma, space, at this point. So 20, enter. So I did enter at each stage along the way here. Now, if I go back and move point 2 now. Yep, I'll update it. Notice how the line went with it. If I simply select the line and grab the grip and move it. It does not pull the point with it. It just pulls the line away from it. Now, here's something important to understand. Let's say now I move point 2. What happened? The line work went back to it because it knew that it was originally done by going through that point number. So even if I grip edit this, I want point 2 down here. If I don't do anything with that point 2, this will stay as it is. But if I move or make a change to say this one here, so point 4 has been done. Now it still doesn't do it because point 2 hasn't changed. But if I just slightly move point 2, it automatically pulls that back up with it. So that's why it's important to understand that linking. And even if I say, oh, I don't want that behavior, so I go here real quick to my Carlson configure and I general and I say, I'm going to uncheck that. Well, too bad. That line was done with the linking on and it stays on. Now there are some more advanced ways to get that off under File, drawing utilities, and you can remove extended entity data and remove reactors. So you can do it that way. But again, my recommendation is make sure everybody's using the same thing. Okay, so that's another good reason to use Carlson draw commands is so you can draw these things using point numbers. Now, if I go to draw a 3D polyline, and let's say we're going to do 1 through 5, and we'll just do that one. And I'll hold the shift key, press and hold the wheel and zoom it up. And now you can see how it went actually to those elevations. Okay. So,
Ken,
yes,
hate to interrupt.
no problem.
I think the goal is to get the 88 curb ramp jobs using this program for base mapping because it's not a PennDOT product, or project.
Okay.
If this draws a line based on field to finish and it's the edge of curb or edge of road, the bottom of curb,
Yep.
it's a curve, not straight line segments.
Okay.
How do we tell it okay, so it's a straight line down the street, hits the corner, and it has to turn into a curve and it has to end a curve. Are there commands for that in?
Yeah. Yeah. So like say if this point 2 is an arc, 2, 3, and 4 should be an arc, let's say, then you can do that in field to finish. You can turn that on, do it that way. We'll see that again on next Tuesday. Or you can even, when you're drawing this stuff, you could say, let's draw a 2D polyline or a 3D polyline. We'll do it that way. We'll do the same thing. And we're going to say 1, enter, to 2. And now 2 is going to be an arc between 3 and 4. So I'm going to come over here and choose arc. Okay, and so now it's wanting to know the end point, or I can choose a second point. So if I say a second point is point number 3, and now the end point would be point number 4. Okay, and then I'm going to go to 5. All right, so now that's around the curve. However, if you look at that, notice those are those chorded segments that are 0.2 off of the arc that goes through all those points. Okay, so that's how it's done that. And again, you can see that it does now.
Right. So when we shoot a curb, it may have 20 shots to get the curve done
Uh-huh.
so that it can handle 20 points to make a smooth curve.
Yes, when you go to, let me switch to survey. When you draw field to finish, when you tell it, and what it is in the description of the point, you're going to have a PC that says start the curve. And the last point is going to say PT. Now, normally, if you don't put a PT code, it's just going to take the 3 points to define an arc. But if you say, you have 9 or 10 or 11 points along that curve, you can make those sequential arcs. So it takes every 3 makes an arc, an arc, an arc. And if they're, close to being, it will be close to the, a single arc. You can best fit between all those points, or you can use a BZA. So let's say you had a serpentine wall and you just got all the points, and it can say fit a BZA curve through all the points that you get, and it makes a nice smooth curve through it. Or you could go to, sequential arcs, making sure you pick up all of the inflection points where it switches curve directions. And so you can do those. All as part of that, you just put the PC descriptor on this point description, and wherever the end one is, you put the PT description. And so everything in between becomes field to finish, or through field to finish, because everything in between becomes a series of arcs. In fact, let's come down here. And let's say, let's draw a field to finish. I'm just going to draw
16 through 21.
16 through 21. We'll say 16 through 21. And now I'm going to give it a code table. I'm going to make a new code table. We're just going to call this one test. Oops. TST. I'll replace that, and I'm going to, oh shoot, let me cancel this second. I'm going to get some points. I'm going to go edit my points. I'm going to go down to 16, and I'm going to call this, that's an EOP PC. Then these are all EOPs. So now, if I did not have this PT, it would only take the first 3 and make an arc out of it. But so if I've got these as coded into my point file, save the changes. Now you see I've got my descriptions on. So there's my PC, there's my PT. Let's go to draw field to finish, edit the codes. And I'm going to code table by descriptions. That'll be fine. So let me take this one. Here's my control. And let's use a control point symbol. And now EOP, I'm going to say, let's make that, we'll keep the same layer, but I'm going to make a 3D and a 2D polyline for this both together. And the reason I'm going to do both is because it is going to be an arc. I want to label those arcs with the radius values. So if I dimension it, it has to be 2D to pick up that dimension. But I'm also going to get a 3D that I'm going to use as a break line. And so my distinct point layer, let's put it there, and we'll call this the 3D layer will be my break line. And let's see, what else do I want to do with this? We'll say no symbols. Line type, we'll just keep it by layer, or you could set it to something specific. And if I save that and exit this, Let me see, I need to go to my additional draw options. All right, so sequential arcs. What did I said? 16 through 21. Erase existing preview. Okay, try contour test. My coordinate file. There we go. So there it went with sequential arcs. It went 16 to 17 to 18, and then 18 to 19 to 20, and then it finished up to 21. So that's your sequential arcs business. Okay.
Oh,
So if you do, now notice there's also, see, it's 2D and 3D. So this has an actual circular arc that I can see under draw, arc, curve, calc. Pick that. See, it has a radius of 14.7. That one has 56.5. So that was that business. Now, let me do that over again, and let's repeat our field to finish. And this time, as my arcs, I'm going to do, let's say, a best fit. Let's see what happens with this. There we go. So there's my best fit from 16 to 17 to 18 to 19 to 20 to 21. Okay, so I could maybe even, let's take 18 and let's take its description out and then rerun our field to finish. So now 18, so it's still best fitting 16, 17, 19, 20, 21. If we repeat field to finish, and this time instead of best fit, if we go back to sequential arcs, there's 16, 17, 18, or 16, 17, 19, 19, 20, 21. So it took those three as sequentials. We'll repeat it one more time. And using a Bezier curve, see that fixed it here, but if I select that polyline, it's still got some segments. Let me see here, the 2D, nope, the 3D. So it still went through, you see, this is actually going through the actual point. You see the 19, 20, 17, it's going through the points.
and that's what it would have to do because that's where the surveyors shot the edge of the road, and we calculate curb ramps from exact
Exactly.
location.
Yep. Now, what normally would happen would be you're going to start it at an arc. And generally, as you're surveying, as long as that doesn't change elevation, there's no grade break in it, get the start of the arc, some point along the middle, and the end of the arc. So that might actually be 16 to 19 to 21. So let's change our ring here. So 16, comma, 19 dash 21. So it went from 16 through 19, 20, 21. Let's see here. What is let me try that again. Let's see. Oh, I know what I need to do. Let's do repeat field to finish. Let's just do 16 through 21. So it didn't draw 17. So it started. So picked up 17. If I took 17 out description wise, say 21 or 20. So 16 to 19 to 21. So I would say, get the start of the arc, get a point along the arc somewhere, and then get the end of the arc. There's no real need to get a bunch of these points unless there's an elevation change that you need to pick up. And in which case it still does that, but it fits that as it needs to fit it. Okay. Um, so, and if it's well defined out in the field, even if they do get these points, even sequential arcs is still going to look correct. It's not, and in this case, 20 was up here, 17 was up here. If those were actually on this arc, well, it would look like that out in the field. It would go through this and it would sort of be, some weird looking case. And if I had, you know, a series of different points, again, if it came from, say, 13 to 15 to 16 to 18 to 21, you see, it would try to fit through those as arc definitions. So 13 would swing way up here, come down through 15, and try to swing down to 16 and make an inflection right in there and come back down here to the other end of it. Okay, so that's how that works in terms of field to finish processing and how it generates that line work for you. And again, you've got the two different ones. You can use that for labeling and for line styles. So if that had a line style of, say, a center line, and I can make this one a line style of, say, center line. But you see, it won't do it because it's 3D. MicroStation can do 3D pattern line styles. AutoCAD cannot. All right, so now I think if we see it, that I'm using a MicroStation line type definition for that, so it did pattern it that way. But it can't do it using AutoCAD defined lines. That's why we keep those as two different ones. You might use one for symbology and labeling, and the other one we're just going to use strictly for break line processing to model our surfaces. Okay. Everybody follow that?
Yipper.
Okay.
Yes.
So now, again, when I did this, I'll draw another 2D polyline. When I hover and I get that little point object snapping up there, there's a point there. And if I come down here to point 2, see there's coordinates in it, and I'm going to these direct snaps of that point. That is set here, this point object snapping on and off. And if you turn it off and you did another one, then even if you point here, you click, it's going to start there because it's not snapping. So that's that setting right there. And that was also set when we did Carlson configure in our survey settings. Automatic point object snap is on. Okay, so now that's a snap that Carlson gives you that AutoCAD or IntelliCAD does not give you. It gives you something similar called a node snap, but that's slightly different. It won't recognize it if I pick out here. Now, one thing it will do, we turn this off here. So it's off. If I set in my snapping settings, let's go to the insertion as a snap point. And now if I draw a 2D, if I snap here, you see it's getting the insertion of the attribute, not of that block. If I find this, it gets there's the insertion if I get close enough to it, but if I'm too far out here, it picks up the actual geometry of the symbol. So even if I do those insertions, it's not picking up the insert of the block, but rather of the individual pieces of text that are making up that block. And the reason I have those individually is because I can always do this kind of stuff with that point, and the point stays right where the point was, but you notice I've moved this stuff around just as far as my labels go. Okay. There's other nice little things. Points, move, point with leader. You know, you can do that kind of thing. Okay. And then those were, even if you've done that, if I just go back and do a point, draw like, okay, points, I'm going to just erase and redraw, draw all. Reading points and drawing, points drawn 22. Notice it kept that because I moved it. It put this back where it was, and it put these attributes back to that 2 where it's left justified on the right. Instead of when I did field to finish, and I looked at my code for EOP, I had an attribute layout of 1 set for that. That's why that was done separately. Or the point number, no symbol in the description. Okay, so you can control all of that stuff really nicely. And again, that linking works with all of that. Now I'm going to come down here. I'm going to select that 3D. Get rid of that. I think that's still a 2D. Yep. I'm going to select. No. Select. Get rid of that. All right. So here's how, again, some of the linking is going to work. If I go to annotate, and let's auto annotate. I'm not going to worry about the defaults right now. I'm just going to say okay, and I'm going to click that line. And there now is my annotation of that figure. Okay. So keep an eye on these things. If I select, let's move this 0.2 again. I'm just going to move that down to here. Was my linking on? I think I had it off when I did it. Let me see something on that. All right, so turn that off. I got my mouse doing something crazy. All right, so let's see now. If I must have erased that. I must have had it off when I did it. Let me see. Let's just draw 1 through 21. All right. Now, when I move to, yeah, there we go. And if I auto annotate again, And then if I were to move, say 0.3, oops. And there, yeah, see, that's what it's doing is it went back and erased those other got something pending here. I don't know what's going on. Probably time to save, exit, and restart. All right, so if I, yeah, in fact, I'm going to probably need to do that. If I had, oh shoot, I wanted to, well, let's see, it's switching. I can't even switch drawings. Okay, now we're finally coming back. Let's see. There we go. All right, so once you do all that and you've annotated this, notice when you double click that, it's just text, okay? You can make an edit. So that's 55. Make it 40. Okay, so now that's done, but if you were to move, even if I don't do a point move, if I move this, it's going to recompute and change that back down, but it's just text and I can move it into a different location. I can, do anything with it that I may need to do. All right, yeah, so I've got something hanging up here on the drawing. Probably a good point to stop with this particular file. Now, let's let that recover. And so that's going to be some of the things you can do here with our points and our exercises. And then we've also got the ability to create point groups. Okay, so if you work through this exercise, it's a nice little one with this other civil demo, exercise 2 point groups. So if I'm here, let me come here and just close this file. Now, if I were to open that file again, 0.3 is still up here. My line got moved. But if I move, yeah, see, there's something I've corrupted this file. There it goes. So it took a little while because it's recomputing all of this stuff and it's changed it back back around. So that linking kept its behavior, and so anytime I would have changed that, even though I grip edited that line and moved it, it's going to snap back to that 0.3 if that 0.3 should happen to change. Okay. All right, so let me come here. Let's come back. Oh, what's going on here? All right, let me close this. All right, so now I'm going to open up this file called Civil Demo. I'll close everything here, go back to my start and open files. I'm going to look for my data set for survey class. I'm going to find that Civil Demo and open that up. Okay, now I'm going to go to my points menu and I'm going to set my coordinate file, and I'm going to use this exercise 2 for point groups. I'll open this up. And now here's a couple of nice things we can do with the points. We've got a bunch of points here. And you can see they have descriptions like boundary, boundary radius point, building, 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 edge of pavement, building, building, property corner. Okay, so we can do some things with that. So let's say we wanted to put, now I've got and this is part of a different exercise where we divide this lot into two, 78 and 79, splitting that with a sliding side or a radial cutoff line. But so just ignore the lot numbers. In fact, I'm going to freeze by pick. I'll freeze off the lot numbers. There we go. And in fact, I'm going to also freeze the coordinates and the coordinate labels. There we go. All right, so this is the overall subdivision boundary. There are some arcs, some straight segments, and it comes around, it comes up here to here, and then out here. So that's my overall boundary. Now, don't be confused by this purple line. That's the footprint of the roadway grading of this. All right, let me see if I can, what's that on? So on perimeter, I'll freeze that layer too. So I'm going to go to, I'm just using this view, freeze layer by pick. Oh, that must also be on perimeter. Yeah, it is. All right, so let me just delete that. There we go. All right, so I've got my overall boundary. It is, in fact, a closed polyline. And I can do a number of things here with those points that I've got because I've got a bunch of points. If I draw, okay, let's go to my points menu and let's set up some groups first of all. Point group manager under points. Right now I've got this little editor and I've got some commands here that I can do. I can bring those into the drawing straight with the groups, or I can just use this to build a group. So I'm going to come down here and instead of create point groups in the menu, what you could do as well, I'm going to choose it from the button. I'm going to say create. And let's make a group here called building corners. And I've got two different ways to do it, include or exclude. I'm going to include, and I'm going to uncheck include all. And I will choose description, and I'm going to set from a list. And I noticed that I had some here called building. There's building. All right, so I'm going to say okay. Now I've got these, and I'll save it. And there's now my building corners, all of the points that made the buildings, okay? So now if I draw locate points, and let's set my symbol to be, say, an X. We'll call this building. And I want to choose now to draw the point group. I can now, the only group I've got is building corners, so I'll draw those. And they're going to, I think it's figuring out the annotation here maybe. Yeah, that's probably what's going on. Because I've got annotation scale of 1. Yeah, there they are, way down there, tiny. Let me go to my Carlson configure. No, I do want to use that. Let me go to my points default, and let's not use annotated points this time. Set our drawing setup. Let's say a 20 scale. 1 MSLT scale is on 1 inch equals 20. Okay, so there's now my points. Let me set my point, my text. Style p text. So you see why I like to set these things up in my drawing templates so I don't have to keep doing all this stuff. So there's now all my building points. All right, so let's make another group. We'll go to point group manager, and this time we're going to make exterior boundary. Uncheck include all. Go to description, set from our list, and those were our BDYs. Okay. And if I even look at, let me see, I've got BDY rad points. I don't want to include the radius points. If I wanted to, I could put a wild card there, an asterisk, so it would pick those up. But I'm just going to say BDY points. All right, so there's now my exterior boundary. And let's make another group called lot lines. Will include, uncheck include all. And this time we're going to get that P core. Okay, so now I've got all the property corners, all the boundaries. I can also, let's make another one. We'll just call this one prop cores. Include all, go by description, and I want BDY, comma, P core. I think we'll do it, save that. So now I've got P core. Let's see, I called this property corners. There it goes. There's P core. Let me edit that. This may not, I think maybe I had to take the space out. So now property corners has, oh, I guess I got to spell BDY correctly. Now I'll put the space back in. So now there's BDY and P core, no radius points. Say okay. So now, if I just wanted the exterior boundary points, and that would be all of the little places you see a grip. So that corner, the end of the arc, that corner, none of these intervening little lot corners. So I could plot, I got points, draw locate points. And this time I'll make a circle here and say, draw point groups. Let's use the exterior boundary. And that's just those points there. Okay. So let me set my view res up. All right. So now you see none of those got done. I could then set that up, or let me erase points from screen, all, delete from the coordinate file. No, both. All right. So now, alternatively, if I did want all of the property corners, including these lot lines, I would draw locate points. And this time I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to set this symbol name, instead of points, I'm going to choose points plus wipeout and choose that circle. And I'm going to put this on a layer called prop cores. And I'm also going to turn off description, elevations, and point numbers, and draw a point group. And these are my property corners. And let's see what happened. There is, and you can see the wipeout behind it. Now I have to set my frames to 0 so you don't see them. So it looks like it trimmed off the lines. It didn't trim it. It's just hidden behind there. I have no point number description or elevation. I just got the symbol. It is a point. It's 0.98. Okay. And there it is. It's got a coordinate file description of P-core, but it doesn't have a drawing description because when I drew the point, I said, don't uh, don't print the description or the point number. Okay. So that's another way you can use that, and particularly using point groups to help you manipulate some things with your drawing. So that's now, something I could put in here and then maybe put a piece of text that said 5/8 inch iron rod set, or, give individual descriptions there for that. Okay. So this is, I think, just a piece of text. It is just text. It's not and this is just a symbol and a piece of text. I could have those as points, they would typically be, and I would set those to be something else. Okay. So there's now the end. That point is not on an interior lot line, but that's the end of this arc that starts at going here. Same thing here, a point. It's not the end of the arc of the lot line, but it is on that boundary. Okay. Questions on any of that? Everybody good with that on the point groups? Okay. So let me take a look ahead here a little bit. That's what that description was. So when we come in tomorrow or Tuesday, we're going to take a look at modeling surfaces, how we use that to build this surface. And we're going to go through this, fairly quickly because you guys all are familiar with building your terrains. So you know what break lines are and how you set them up and all of that. You're asking questions earlier about using the edge of roads, the edge of the road as, as the break line. And you saw how field to finish can create both 2D and 3D line work along those. It can even do parallels. So you can get the back of the curb and you can have it create the entire curb structure. You can have it as you get the back of curb, also draw the top of curb, the face of curb, the edge of the gutter, which is the actual edge of pavement. Now that's a little bit of a cheat. That's not really exactly there because curbs are not always consistent. Sometimes the height varies. Sometimes they've been broken and, so you have different things. So, but field to finish has that ability. It can actually use a template, whereas it's drawing a line around, it can actually create the entire structure of the curb and even go out and get the crown of the road in the opposite lane and a ditch on the other side. It can be ridiculous what all they can do. But keep in mind, when you use those templates, you're using what would be a consistent relationship between all those points. They don't reflect reality necessarily. So you're going to actually be surveying some of those other points. And, that's the way you do it now. So that you wouldn't have to worry about doing that. But if it were a brand new parking lot that just had nice machine, a curb machine laid down some nice deck curbs and they're all pretty consistent, I might be tempted just to get the back of curb and let field to finish get the top of curb and the face of curb and be done. So I only get the back of curb and field to finish creates all that stuff for me. So, understanding the power of what it does and can do can be quite a useful thing to sort of keep handy and know how it works. There is the other option, like a lot of these things that you guys do, you guys scan a lot of these intersections. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I would say go to your scanning software, whether that's Trimble Business Center or if you happen to at some point using Carlson Point Cloud, any of those things that can extract features. And don't just use it to establish a point. Use it to pull out that line work. Use it to make the edge of pavement. It can go through and find all the edge of pavement points. It can find, all of those edges, those hard edges. Those are our break lines. Have that do it, and then export that as a DWG, and then come into Carlson, and it's done for you. You don't need the points. You don't need field to finish to do it with. You can have the scanner take care of it all. So, or you can classify your points, and you got all your edge of road points, and you can say, all right, for all those points, give me the ones that change, and give those that description, and then you have field to finish, then process those descriptions. So, use your noodle on this stuff, and make your work faster and easier rather than more difficult. But again, if it's a simple little intersection, all you really might want to do, if you don't scan it, you might just go out there and pick up the points, just like you would normally do a site survey without a scanner, so you can do it that way as well. So I know when I was doing some of those curb cuts on some of those, I know Dave had the ones that I was working on. There was a big circular planter in the intersection, and he had somebody create that as a circle in the drawing, but so it was missing the actual points where the points were actually surveyed, because they went to the design file DGNs and used that as a radius, and set that in where it was supposed to be, but it was missing where it really was. And the point of all this stuff, and the ease with which you can do this, is if you get everything, and you've already alluded to it, if you get everything exactly where it actually is in the world, then you've got a design base that you can start doing those cuts on. Okay. So again, like I said, think through the process. All right. So this gets us to our end of day. Does anybody have any particular questions that may have popped up, occurred to you while you've seen some of this? Is everybody good?
I asked mine when they came up.
Okay, good. And by the way, if you get any of these that come up between now and Tuesday, whatever, give me a quick email or call me, whatever. You've got access to me. That's no big deal. Okay. Anybody else? Everybody good?
Yeah, I think I'm good for now.
Okay. Good. Now, Chris, you're not able to be here next week, is that correct? Because you're in the field.
Oh, I will. I should be in.
Oh,
It's
Yeah.
Chuck.
oh,
Yeah.
Chuck, I'm sorry. All right, so
You're in
Chuck,
the field.
yeah. I don't know if he was talking, he's muted. I didn't catch that. So anyway, but can you see the concept? Are you starting to see some of the parallels to the way you do stuff in MicroStation? I know it's a little bit of a transition if you're not used to AutoCAD. Even how you draw lines and things like that. So there's a little bit of that transitioning. So there's another resource. Let me point you to that real quick before we go. Is if you look on the help menu and open up the Carlson manual, there's a couple of things here. Of course, you got all the commands and the different stuff here. But if you come down here to the bottom, there is a section called tutorials. And there you've got that. And this shows you how to do things. Enter a deed, make a plat, a field to finish, all these different things. Calculate volume by 5 different methods. But there's one called CAD Basics. And this shows you, how that's done, how to get started. There's your graphical user interface, issuing commands, command line prompts, general keying commands, how to repeat a command, press the enter key or the space bar, or right click the mouse, repeat the last command. So, a lot of good things that help you through making this transition. So they're going to be available for you too. And they're just in general, I don't think this is particularly geared toward the IntelliCAD version necessarily. Or AutoCAD version, either one. I think it's pretty generic. Okay, and then all these different things that are available here under the tutorials. There may be, there's a LAN desktop migration guide. There should be, or could be. All right, so here's, that converts drawings between DDG and DGN. It's on the file menu, import. Conversion report like the one below. Okay. Creating a drawing from, so IntelliCAD versions, drawing type, AutoCAD versions, setup wizard. I don't really see the DGN reference in here. It's probably there somewhere. Anyway, so, use this system. It's pretty thorough and pretty powerful with it as well. And if you've not noticed it already, if you haven't seen them, there's also these online training movies, and these are little short snippets. Goes to the Carlson YouTube site. Now, there's a lot of stuff with this P3D kind of stuff, but here's calculating volumes and point cloud, LotNet, line and curve tables. So that's just 13 minutes. It's not, an all day like of stuff. Here's automatic road line extraction from point clouds. That's just a minute long. Photo capture. Carlson point cloud, parking lines and curb extraction. Yeah, so it's going to show you that you're looking at bringing the point cloud and parking lines and identify those lot line, parking lot striping, curbing, based on the classifications. You can see there's the actual 3D curves that it created. And then there's your reality. That's how quickly you can do that from point cloud processing. See how it's made them nice. They're full three-dimensional scheduled, all taken from the point cloud that quickly. Okay, so a lot of these different things, and again, they're real short. Generally, sometimes here's one over an hour. Carlson survey. Of course, it's in German, or Polish or something. Might be a little difficult to get through. So there are all kinds of different ways you can get them, find different playlists, point cloud, feature extractions, PDF files if you want to bring some in. So you can see there's a lot of things, and some of them are fairly simple. Civil and hydrology is a whole playlist there, 118 different videos. So if you looked at that playlist, you've got roadway widening, hydrology, subdivision layout, LotNet. So you get the idea. I mean, you all know how to do this type of exploratory learning. So don't lose track of it, that it's there and it's available right straight from that help menu, these training movies, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so try your hand at some of those. Most of them are going to be demonstrated using files that you have in the initial installation, which are included in this Carlson project. So there's these are some of the things that I've worked on. There's civil demo, demo 1, 2, and 3 for road design, pipe design, designing center lines, etc. So they should do that. And again, remember those linkings. That's the big thing to take away from these settings, is that whatever these are in effect is how the thing that gets created is going to inherit those settings. So be aware of those. We didn't look at yet a center line linking, but it's just basically you can pre-draw with a polyline, create a center line from it. You can edit the center line file. It will change the polyline. You can grip edit the polyline. It will change the center line file. Just, nice little interactive ways of keeping those dynamically linked. One other thing to point out that I would recommend, and you don't have to do it this way. A lot of people don't. They always draw lines when they get away with lines. However, Carlson's and certain Carlson commands require the entity to be a polyline. For instance, you could even design a roundabout for a roadway center line. And so you would basically have lines coming into a circle. Okay, so if you tried to then turn that circle into an alignment, it won't do it. It's looking for a polyline. And at that point, you would have to go to edit polyline utilities and choose entities to polylines. And it would then turn that circle into a polyline that has two arcs that are basically face to face. Okay, so the point is that a lot of things require polylines. And because of that, over the years, I've got into the habit that I don't know how many years it's been since I've drawn a line. Everything I draw is a polyline, either 2D or 3D, even if it's just from between 2 points, just a single segment. I don't draw a line. I don't draw lines and then turn them into polylines. Everything I do is a polyline. And there's nothing wrong with doing it that way if that suits your workflow. Okay, so with that, I'm going to pull the plug. We'll call it good and let it go. Any other questions or anything that I'll send everybody out a link, or I'll send it to all of you for the meeting on Tuesday. Okay.
Yeah, sounds good, Ken. Thank you very much.
All right, Chris.
Yeah.
Good to hear you. So, Chuck, I'm sorry I'll miss you on Tuesday, but if something should change, if it rains and they don't want you to go out there and get melted in the rain, then maybe you can sit in, or you can certainly watch the video.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it would be. I know, Dave.
Oh,
Well, thanks, Ken, and have a good weekend. We'll see. We'll
Yeah,
talk again Tuesday.
Tuesday. Absolutely. You guys enjoy the weekend and we'll talk soon.
yeah,
All
you
right.
too, Ken. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.